Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention please? Our program is about to resume. Please take your seats. Once again, our program is about to resume. Please take your seats. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the chair of the Institute for Emerging Issues National Advisory Board, Jack Cecil.
Good afternoon, everyone. You know the old adage that you don't want to stand between someone and lunch or someone and dinner? Well, I have the worst of all the opportunities. I'm in the middle of dinner for lunch for all of you, but welcome and thank you. It's my distinct honor. I'm the chair of the National Advisory Board of the Institute of Emerging Issues, and I want to issue you a warm welcome. It's been a wonderful morning. I know there's a large group here in the auditorium. We also have a number of people watching online, and then UNC TV on your new North Carolina channel. Thank you for broadcasting this today. I just want to almost take a deep breath and a sigh of relief. There's been so much information going around this morning. My head's about to bust wide open, but it's really, really wonderful, good conversation, intellectually stimulating one, and I think what's the best part about it, we have been engaging people from all across the state, both public servants and politicians and the state government for 31 years, as you saw Governor Hunt this morning. We've always had the support from the highest levels of government. And we know that our Governor McCrory was in California last night, but he wanted to bring greetings to this forum, and I'll let you watch a short 2.5-minute video.
Hi, I'm Governor Pat McCrory. I'm actually taping this on the Friday before the Super Bowl because right now, as you watch this tape, I'm coming back on a plane on Monday afternoon from hopefully as a victorious win by the Carolina Panthers. I don't know at this time, only you know. But I do want to thank you for discussing innovative ways to prepare our state for the future. With more than 10 million residents, North Carolina is now the 9th largest state in the United States of America and growing at a rate of 281 people a day. In addition, technology and innovation continues to constantly transform our lives and North Carolina's economy. This growth and innovation poses challenges and also great opportunities for our state. Now, to beat the competition, whether it's South Carolina or Asia, our administration is committed to ensuring our workforce development skills adapt to the marketplace and ensure our citizens are prepared with the skills needed for both today and the future. Now, we have brought education and business leaders together to make sure that they're actually working together as one team. We have also expanded digital learning for our students as part of our effort to connect every classroom in North Carolina to Wi-Fi. And our community colleges are now open in the summer for job training. That's common sense. And we have also placed North Carolina FutureWorks career coaches in our high schools. And we have also championed the Connect NC bond that will now go before voters in March to make sure our science labs and engineering schools and our universities and our welding shops and nursing classes in our community colleges are prepared to train students for the 21st century skills. You know, the theme of this year's Emerging Issue Forum, FutureWork, understands the need to adapt to jobs of the future. I share your commitment to preparing the next generation of North Carolina leaders and thank you all for all you're doing to make our state a better place. Have a great forum, and I look forward to your feedback, and may God bless the great state of North Carolina, and I hope as you're watching this, the Carolina Panthers are the Super Bowl champions. If not, you're probably getting a good laugh at my expense at this time. Either way, North Carolina is the best state in the United States of America, and we ought to be proud of it, but never take it for granted. We've got a lot of work to do. Thank you very much.
Well, his crystal ball needed to be a little bit better than the outcome, unfortunately, last night, but I couldn't do anything about that either. As you know, IEI prides itself in bringing a diverse group of individuals and people together for many, many years. And before we go any further with the next part of the program, I'd like to invite all members of elected officials from the local, state, and federal level to please stand so we can identify you and welcome you to the Issues Forum today. This afternoon, I'm going to be joined here on the stage with two key state leaders to have a conversation about North Carolina's future. One member is of Governor Pat McCrory's Cabinet Secretary of Commerce, John Scavarla, who's leading our economic and workforce development at a critical time in the state's history, and also Chancellor Mary Grant, Chancellor from UNCA out in Nashville. And if you would welcome Chancellor Grant and John Scavarla at this time, please. We're not going to have a fireside chat. We're going to have a luncheon-side chat. So but really, it's all around some information that we read collectively. All of us did. The World Economic Forum in Geneva, Switzerland. They had a report, the Future Jobs Report, and it talks about many of the things that we've discussed here this morning: disruption in employment levels, skill sets, recruitment patterns, and how industries are collaborating not only locally but globally at the same time. And so when we read the report, we thought, wow, this really ties in nicely with the FutureWork discussion that we've had today. People have talked about a fourth industrial revolution, the changes that are going on, the way people work, and what's going to happen in the next 5 years. Concurrently, there's a technological revolution, there's a broader sort of social, economic, geopolitical, and demographic developments. We've heard a little bit about these themes this morning. But it also, you can look at it as a glass half full, and there's an awful lot of opportunities that we can have public-private collaborative opportunities and partnerships amongst other industrial partnerships. There's big challenges, so we want to talk about here in North Carolina, are we prepared? What are we doing that works? What isn't working? And so we have two really great intellectual people here with us today. John Scavarla not only brings a perspective from government, but a strong legal and business background. And Mary Grant is the chancellor of the state's only public liberal arts institution. So let me put this in a little bit of context for you. Technology disruptions are changing the skill sets, both current and future jobs. Technology is shortening the shelf life of many skills. For example, we heard about earlier today, if I'm an accountant graduating in 2013, I'm already having to go back to school to regain valuable information to keep up with the technological changes. It's already shifting in industry, and if I'm not careful, I'll be outdone by Intuit or another TurboTax type software. So let's look forward 5 years, and from an industry perspective and from an educational perspective, how are we already experiencing skills gap, and what is the next sort of generational occupation we may be thinking about? So as the pace of change accelerates, what are the potential impacts for industry at large and in education?
Well, I look at the lens, I look at the world through the lens of the liberal arts, and I'm privileged to lead the Public Liberal Arts University for the state of North Carolina. And when I think about the work that we do to ready our graduates for the changing world, it is about that liberal education. It's the freeing education. It's the skill set to say, I have to go deeper, I have to go further, I have to be a lifelong learner. When you think about things like the management consultant Peter Drucker used to say that in order for us to continue to evolve, we need to be pursuing lifelong education. And that's what we're doing in the liberal arts. It's not about, and we get into these false dichotomies about the sciences or the liberal arts, and it's not. It has to be both. And the pace of change is so fast. If we are not preparing our students, if we're not opening up access for people to be able to adapt with change, to ask the big questions, we will fall behind. And so when I think about the work that we're doing, where we're giving students the tools right from the beginning to match the ability to explore, to create, to curiosity, and all of those skills of communication, Jack, the liberal arts, I think is exactly the kind of preparation that we need paired with the deep skills for someone to go deep in a field of knowledge that helps support robust industrial sectors.
John, what are you seeing across the state, various industry sectors, high tech, low tech?
Well, I hope I'm not too big a contrarian, but I think change brings great opportunity. I am very bullish on what has been called the fourth industrial revolution, because I think it's going to create massive, massive positive opportunity for the country and our state. And Wayne Gretzky's the guy who said he scored so many goals in hockey because he didn't skate to the puck, he skated to where he knew the puck was going to be. And that's what we have to do, and I think that's what Mary touched on, is that we have to adapt ourselves, but we're certainly capable of adapting ourselves. We talked before we came out here about medical students. Once upon a time you considered medical students to be scientists. Well, there's been a great shift in medical students to have an incorporation of the whole liberal arts curriculum into those students that are accepted into medical school. Because bedside manner and patient care goes hand in hand with a strong liberal arts and scientific background. But we're capable of adapting, and we're seeing these things happening now. Is there a skills gap? Yeah, there's a skills gap emerging, but we're gonna rise to the occasion.
And we talk a lot about the skills gap being this notion of soft skills versus hard skills. And soft skills are sometimes lumped into those skills of communication, understanding, awareness. I consider those to be the hard skills that we need to have in order for someone to be successful. And we shouldn't be afraid of this change. We need to be ready for it and prepared, and I think that we're doing that.
And even in my industry of real estate development, you think of the old days of a land survey and a civil engineer. It was all, take your days and days, and now you have GIS. Mm-hmm. So we're far more efficient in what we do. It allows us to do better, higher quality jobs and pay attention to many of the zoning and the environmental laws that you could never have done with manual labor. So there's a skills gap, but you see the students graduating from college and have the experience, which really has accelerated our industry. Mm-hmm. I think probably doing much better quality jobs and quality work than we have ever done in the past. So
absolutely.
I think there's I'm like you, John. There is an opportunity. Don't be afraid of the change.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Embrace it.
Is there a specific educational focus that we can take? Is there something indigenous that we can put our finger on a little bit?
Absolutely, and there's a great commercial for the liberal arts. So, when I think about, Peter Hart Associates every couple of years does a survey of major employers, and they ask employers what are they looking for, and 93% of those that respond said that they're looking for people who can work in teams, who can understand the globally changing world, who can communicate clearly, write proficiently, and not be afraid of doing the deep analysis. And when I think about what we do at UNC Asheville and other schools that prepare students in the liberal arts, we take students and we put them right away into team-based learning. So around the table, we might have students who are working on solving problems of mobility, and we'll bring together an art student, a computer science student, an engineering student, and we'll say, have at it. Here's a problem we're trying to solve. We had a group of students who were working on mobility issues, and they came up with an idea to create a cane that would be both aesthetically beautiful, functional, and be able to use 3D printing as part of it. So when you take students who are exploring a problem from different lenses, and you pair them with a faculty who are going to push them and challenge them and have them not be afraid of getting the wrong answer, that's an accessible education. And what we have to do is make that kind of education available to the many and not to the few. And that's where the public higher ed system comes in, because that is indeed the liberating education, and it's exciting to be around. It's truly exciting.
Well, and it also, Mary, there's a part of education that has to be considered lifelong learning.
Yes.
Because if you learned a skill today in your first 4 years of college, if you're not taught to think critically or liberally, not in a political sense, but liberally exercising your brain, your technology will leave you behind. So you have to go through lifelong learning or reskilling or retraining. I think that's infinitely important, and you can do it at a community college. You can go through the course, or I can come back and audit a course at UNCA or any other campus to help me further my career.
That's right.
And as you know, if you think about how some of the industries that North Carolina has built its legacy on is biotechnology. That skill, that's changing all the time. And now you're talking about the genomics. We talked earlier today about artificial intelligence and machines actually learning. So it's taking some of it frees us up to do more creative things. And robotics, I think what we're all sort of zeroing in on is that don't be afraid of a robot taking my job. Look at a way a robot can do a more menial job, but allows me to do something more creative and productive to flex the productivity curve, because that's how we're going to win. It was what was labor, capital, and productivity. So I think those are all important parts of education. And I think the other side of it is, how do we work as an industry or a company with the government and also with the universities? And you have to look at public-private partnerships, because I don't think industry can solve that problem on its own. I don't think government can, and I don't think a university can. So by working collaboratively together, I think that's one of the models going forward. There's a really good example in Nashville. It's called the Collider. We're talking about extracting the data from the National Climatic Data Center, all the weather information in the country, and how can you translate that into new businesses that from not a consulting, but really understanding the weather climate, so we can then look forward to building office buildings or doing more environmental stewardship with retention ponds and stuff like that. But that's a combination with UNCA, the private sector and the public sector, and a national government entity as well.
Well, and there's national conversations happening around what's the relationship between the liberal arts and big data. And there was a meeting of the Business Higher Education Forum talking about these very matters. And of course there's a relationship between the liberal arts and big data. You know, they may not be specifically crunching the numbers, but how do you understand the analysis and the public policy implications, the world and the problem sets to which that big data apply? So there's absolutely a role, and we get into these conflicted conversations which are not necessary and not always helpful to moving forward.
That's right. That's right.
You know, Mary, you talk about the liberal education too, liberal arts education. When I was a freshman in college, I was an economics major. And I'll never forget having a conversation with one of the most brilliant theology professors I'd ever known. And I said, it was a French Christian brother, and I said, why aren't we studying stuff we can use, we can put our teeth into? And he said, what we're teaching you how to do is expand your mind.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
That's
right.
You get exposure to all of this variety.
That's right.
Just learn how to make your mind work, because when it comes time to getting down to the nitty-gritty, like the example you gave, that you'll be able to contribute to that. And it really is the essence, and I've never forgotten that.
That's right, and that was such a wise thing, because when you think about economists solving or studying social problems, if we don't understand the history of a region, or the culture, or the arts, or the language, or the things that brought them to a point of concern or despair, we're not going to get the solutions right. So we have to know what kind of questions to ask as well. in order to be able to put the best answers on the table. And that's what the liberal education is all
And
about.
our approaches might change.
That's right.
You know,
Yeah.
maybe it's more of an apprenticeship, internship
Yes.
approach.
Yes.
Maybe it won't be the traditional model. But we're accommodating all that right now, and I can assure you the state of North Carolina, from a workforce development standpoint, is deeply involved in that. And
Well, in the system of higher ed in North Carolina, we have 17 campuses, which in the public arena, and several incredibly strong private institutions and a robust community college sector. So we have the ingredients here for success and the diversity among our campuses and our institution. And that kind of learning takes place in classrooms across the state. That hands-on undergraduate research, group problem solving, that's what makes the big difference.
And breaking down those silos is
Yes.
remarkable. What we can accomplish if we're working all in the same direction
Yes.
with the same team. And I need to brag a little bit. Last night, I just got notice that North Carolina was designated by Site Selection Magazine as the #1 workforce development program and operations in the entire Atlantic region.
That's great.
So at least we are recognizing those needs.
That's great. That's great. That's great. And if I could brag a little bit here, since I'm up here, and is that University of North Carolina Asheville was just ranked #1 in the country for making an impact. So right here in our own backyard, we have these incredible resources that will help us be successful in this time of transition that we're in.
Absolutely.
Tremendous. Yes.
You have one for us.
I have one for these guys. They've been grilling me right in the middle here. So when you think about the rapid changes that we're in, Mr. Secretary Jack, and the pressures that are put upon education all the time to respond, to fix the problems, you know, we sometimes don't know where to start. But we have in the midst rich traditions. We have a liberal arts institution. We have creativity across the sector. What is it that you would like to see? What is it that we can be doing and thinking about differently and adding to the way we do our work every day to make our best difference?
Well, we need to be good listeners. I mean, at the end of the day, we are a needs-driven organization, and we need to respond to the needs that employers have. We need to be entrepreneurially focused. You know, somebody said, who's the fastest runner in the world? I think that gentleman's in the audience. I know him well. Who's the fastest runner? Who's the fastest runner in North? We don't know. We need to make opportunity available to all the runners to be able to see how fast or how far they can go. Whether that's at the university level, the community college level, at the high school level, or the middle school level. We need to be good listeners, and we need to basically be adaptive to the needs of our customer, which is the entrepreneur and the employer.
And how fast can we adapt to that change, the need, is the real, I think, the real key to this whole thing. Because one of the software apps that we were shown this morning, to me, very simply put, it was connecting the workers with the jobs and jobs with the workers. And I'm sitting there, okay, how can I, as an employer in Asheville, find out who's graduating from UNCA, and how may I be able to employ one of them? And what sort of internship programs? Can we take someone in your freshman year or sophomore year and bring them into the company and give them an internship? That opens their eyes. It opens us to the quality of the students that you have there. So I think connecting those dots together, that public-private partnership that, as John said, need to listen. And we heard earlier this morning about diversity. I think the real discussion is not diversity, but inclusion. And how can the private sector learn from the public sector that, and you said it earlier, that public education is improving the democracy. It affords everyone the opportunity. So you ought to open your doors to everyone who's qualified from whatever 100 counties that said North Carolina, because at the end of the day, you're producing better students that will help a company market to a larger population if they believe and follow the sort of inclusionary model rather than not. Because if we're moving to a population that's going to be the majority minority,
That's right.
and there are going to be more women in the workforce, I as an employer need to make sure that I'm understanding that. And that's a big role for education.
Well, it's a big role, and the issue of access is critical, and we need to be helping, everyone see that a liberal arts education is within their reach, that it's not exclusive, it's not elitist. It is the education that will help you do just what you said, Mr. Secretary, about pairing knowledge and understanding a situation, a context. And when I look at that Davos report, the World Economic Forum report, they talked about emotional intelligence, they talked about the ability to communicate clearly, leaders who can adapt to changing situations, and that's what we do. That's our sweet spot. And it is the education that levels the playing field and creates the best opportunity. And my favorite magazine cover that I saw in the last several months was Forbes magazine or Fortune, and there was a fellow holding up, standing on the front, and it said, the hot new degree in Silicon Valley is the liberal arts. And I said, now we're catching on. I mean, it's just, so that pairing of innovation, problem solving in a deep way with the broadest set of concerns is really what we need to address this fourth wave and not be afraid of it.
Well, you know, our opportunity is limited only by our mind's eye.
That's right.
It's as broad and as great and as much fun as we can envision. And we have to have those kind of thinking skills
That's right.
in order to get there.
That's right. Absolutely.
You must see that when you companies take an interest. If we're Site Magazine #1 in the country, you must see that and hear that when companies are starting to look at North Carolina. Is that?
We are very, very blessed. Most states struggle and beg to get on the list. We're on everybody's list. North Carolina is recognized internationally, from mountains to sea, for our educational opportunities, for the quality of life we have. We are very, very blessed to be in North Carolina right now.
So, go ahead.
And I just want to, as one of the chancellors of this system, it is a great system. It is a system that is prized throughout the country, and the diversity across the state is really one of the things that sets us apart competitively. And it's wonderful to know that that is seen and valued because we do it together in partnership.
And we have fun.
That's right. We have to have fun.
We all have fun, say,
That's
don't we?
right.
Yeah.
That's right.
So just thinking it through, just sort of wrapping up, sort of concluding comments here during lunch. I think we all agree that the technical skills, they're coming, it's moving fast. We need to re-educate ourselves through lifelong learning, but there's also a coupling of a very specific scientific sort of STEM skill, because you have to have a liberal arts. You have to be able to talk about the learning of the scientific knowledge that you have. If you can't communicate it, it's
right.
basically worthless.
That's right.
Is that right?
That's right. And we get into, you know, I may have mentioned this before, this false dichotomy between liberal arts and sciences. They have always been part and parcel of the same. When liberal arts was, you know, the founding 7 principles of a liberal arts education, right in the heart of it was arithmetic, geometry, astronomy. So this is a modern convergence where we argue about it, and we're arguing about the wrong things. We need both, not either or, it is both. We need the scientific inquiry, the problem solving, the deep skills of analysis. We need all of it, Jack. We need all of it, not one or the other.
So I would dare say that if you have a technical skill, but you also have the liberal arts degree coupled with it, that you probably at the end of the day, you'll earn more money, the job will become more sticky, and it's less subject to be eliminated because you have these skills. I mean, I'm looking at you, a trained lawyer, but look at the different business careers you're in, and now you're a public servant. I mean, you're a classic example.
That's right. I listened to that professor in my freshman year.
That's right. That's right.
Well, I'd like to thank Chancellor Grant and Secretary Scarvalho for joining us during this luncheon conversation. I hope it's been entertaining for all of you, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Jack.
Yeah, thank you, John. I'm going to do double duty after hosting a luncheon conversation. I have the distinct pleasure of introducing our next speaker, Maurice Smith. Maurice is the president and CEO of the Local Government Federal Credit Union, who's been a great supporter of IEI. As a matter of fact, his firm has made a commitment for 5 years to support our youth engagement programming, one of which is the IEI's Local Government Federal Credit Union Emerging Issues High School Prize for Innovation. This past year, we've engaged over 1,200 people in the summer who've come through our IEI Commons in the Hunt Library, and over 200 leaders from youth engagement organizations at a summit this past November. We're very excited about this relationship with the Local Government Federal Credit Union, and I hope that you'll give a warm welcome to Mr. Maurice Smith. Maurice? Thank you very much.
Sounds perfect. Jack, thank you for that warm introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. I am pleased to be here at this exciting forum to announce the grand prize winner in the Local Government Federal Credit Union Emerging Issues High School Prize for Innovation competition. Now, at the Local Government Federal Credit Union, we are deeply committed to communities in North Carolina, which makes this collaboration with IEI a natural fit for us. The 2016 High School Prize for Innovation challenged teams of high school students to create innovative proposals to successfully encourage high school age students, volunteerism of high school students for those who, particularly those who are at risk of dropping out. Now, there's a few reasons why this topic was chosen. Encouraging volunteerism is important to everyone. And for someone who works for a credit union that has an all-volunteer board of directors, it's especially important to me. Students who are volunteers are more likely to graduate and succeed in future careers. Volunteerism builds stronger and more vibrant communities with healthier local economies. Today, 5.6 million young adults between the ages of 16 and 24 in the U.S. are neither in school nor working, and that is not good for any of us. We received many proposals from teams of students across the state. I want to thank our judges for their time and attention and dedication in narrowing this list to 3 finalists. The name of the judges are available on the Forum app in your program book. Would our judges please stand? Can't tell by the lights, but there may be some standing. So we thank our judges for their services. Now, before I announce the winner, I want to recognize all 3 teams, each of which include an adult mentor. Our finalists are Burke Middle College High School in Morganton, and by the way, all our finalists are assembled over here to the right, anxiously awaiting the announcement. Wake STEM Early College High School in Raleigh, and Green Central High School in Snow Hill. Thank you. Information about their projects is available on the app and also in your program book. Let's give these wonderful North Carolina leader innovators a big round of applause for all this together. That's right. Now, last week, thousands of you voted for your favorite proposal from among our 3 finalists. It is now my pleasure to announce the $5,000 grand prize winner. The winning team is, wait for it. All right, that's enough suspense. Burke Middle College High School in Morganton.
Isn't that exciting to see the creative minds of high school students and what they're able to accomplish, and thank you, Maurice, for your generous contribution. Next, I have the pleasure of introducing 2 other young, extraordinary people who are already leading their way as tech entrepreneurs. You'll hear from Jalen Bledsoe in a second, but first let me introduce Ryan O'Donnell to the stage. Ryan.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Raleigh. You know, I'm a product of what I like to call the entrepreneurship pipeline here in North Carolina. Was a graduate of NC State, where I founded a company that I want to talk with you about for just a few minutes called Employ Us. You know, I founded the company when I was at NC State because I had the fortune to partner with somebody who used to be the CEO of Manpower. Now, if anyone knows Manpower, they're a pretty large recruiting company, and we decided to build an app to capitalize on what we already know is happening with companies like Uber and Airbnb. We saw that recruiting was an industry that's broken, so we decided to address it with a free mobile hiring app that connects employers and job seekers through trusted referrals. So we built this, like many startups here in Raleigh. We were fortunate to go through an accelerator program sponsored by Citrix and Red Hat in the city of Raleigh. And where we're at today is essentially a mobile app that rewards anyone for the network they've built. So any of you can go on to employus.com. You can get early access to our app. You can view jobs at employers near you, recommend your friends for positions at companies like fast-growing startups, like Automated Insights that we heard from today, all the way up to large employers like Citrix. And whenever someone who you know gets hired, you earn a referral bonus anywhere from $500 to $10,000. Now, if you look at the recruiting industry overall, and we're talking about the future of work and the impact of automation, what's really important to know is that the recruiting industry of what I like to say yesterday will not be able to keep up with the pace of innovation for the really future world of work. So at Employ Us, we've built a mobile app that essentially allows anyone to get rewarded for the network they've built, and the results are pretty great. You know, employers, we can reduce their dependency on staffing agencies and those unreliable job boards, cutting their recruiting costs by as much as 90%. But what's really the most important is what we already know about the best source of talent, our referrals. Well, we're helping companies hire more referrals. And in order to do that, we've just simply built a mobile app that powers it. So we like to say that, you know, Uber is one of the largest transportation companies in the world without any cars. Airbnb is one of the largest hospitality companies in the world without any hotels. Well, Employ Us is poised here in Raleigh, a little homegrown company, to really build on that and be one of the world's largest recruiting companies without any recruiters. I think it's a very good topic to focus on and kind of how we're looking at automation affecting jobs. But really here for Employ Us, it's all about allowing anyone in this audience and really crowdsourcing recruiting so that if there's anyone that you know who's looking for a job, you can get rewarded connecting them with their next gig. Thank you very much. That's Employ Us. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome entrepreneur and tech prodigy Jalen Bledsoe.
No mic. Hold on. How about now? Perfect. Good afternoon. Okay, I understand you guys just finished eating lunch, but I need some more energy in here. Good afternoon. Nope, okay. So here's the thing. I'm 17 years old, speak on stages all around the country to majority high school college students. There's not many college students in here, or high school students. So I need everyone in here to make some more noise and say good afternoon with me. Good afternoon. Perfect. Round of applause to yourselves. I'm Jalen Bledsoe. Today, I'm 17 years old. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Jalen D. Bledsoe Global Group. Day to day, I consult celebrities and Fortune 500 companies on digital strategy and brand development. Who's ever heard of the Ford Motor Company? Okay, so they're one of my clients. What about Steve Harvey? They didn't give me any note cards for a reason. But with them, I helped them understand how best to take their brands, utilizing the internet, utilizing technology, to help their consumers, their clients, and potential customers understand their brand better, to create relationships. That's where I am today. 17 years ago was nowhere near here. My parents had me at the age of 16 years old. Single-parent household for 13 years. Never expected to have spoken to 65,000 students at the age of 16. I never expected to employ 150 people at the age of 13. Never expected to speak at the White House at the age of 17. It was not a part of the plan. It's not what I expected. But luckily, I had something called technology. At a very young age where I learned to utilize it, starting at the age of 8. By 9, I was being taught word processing. By 10, I was doing video editing. By 11, I was doing music production in school. After that, I learned the power of technology. I learned how powerful it was, but most importantly, I learned that I could make it even more powerful by learning what it meant. So instead of learning how to use a tablet, I learned how do I program on a tablet. So at the age of 11, I went to Miami, visiting my grandmother, and this is when Borders was closing down. I bought about 10 books on programming, taught myself 7 languages in 4 weeks over the summer. HTML, CSS, JavaScript, PHP, Ruby on Rails, Visual Basic, C++, and C#. Out of books. And at this point, this is not something that I'm telling everyone to go teach their kids how to do. Trust me, it was not easy. Everyone can't learn 7 languages in a 4-week period. But what's most important out of that is what I call the exposure piece. Being exposed to technology beyond Twitter, beyond Facebook, but how to build a Twitter, how to build a Facebook is really critical. Especially in an age where everyone has access to a computer, where 80% of the country does. Whether it's in school or at home or in some form of a very, very cheap piece of electronic. So teaching myself to program, teaching myself to code, I began to start my first company, which was developing websites in 6th grade. In 6th grade, I began to do websites for free because my websites sucked. Then after I began to get feedback, they started getting a little bit better because when someone goes off on you, you don't have a choice. And at that point, I began making money for these websites, starting off at $10 an hour. I don't know about you, but at 6th grade, $10 an hour, I was doing like 10-hour projects on purpose. Sometimes they would hit 15. And then after that, I began to get better, to develop this skill, and they were paying me $20 an hour, $30 an hour. And by the time I was in 7th grade, the middle of 7th grade year, I was making $100 an hour on projects. It's crazy. I still could not remember how excited I was. I couldn't fathom what had just happened. Because the crazy thing about that, from the money piece, I saw struggle every day. I saw a mom struggling to pay her rent. Saw a single parent mom who wasn't even 22 yet, 23 yet, struggling to pay her rent. And I made a promise at a very young age that I would never be there again. And luckily, I was able to start at a very young very young age. And the unfortunate piece was, in kindergarten, I told myself I was going to be the first black president. And, well, you know the result. So the next step was become the president of my own company. And at 7th grade, I realized if I'm making $100 an hour, I have something that other people don't have, a skill. Have something that someone else needs, what someone else wants. And the key part of that is how do we begin to teach the younger generation skills that everyone else needs? But not in a way that we teach everyone the same programming language, because what happens is everyone learns the language and no one pays for it. Or we tell everyone, you know what, we're not going to have enough programmers in the next 10 years. So we teach everyone to be programmers, and in 10 years, there's more than enough, and there's another area lacking. So a big part of this journey that I've been on, a big part of this process is teaching students, first being me, what computers were, understanding what they could do, and understanding every piece of it, programming, the building of it, hardware, every part of this expensive machine. And then understanding how to make money off of it, which is the best part. So 7th grade year, started my first company, a businessman's IT solution. Very long name, you can tell it was created by a 12-year-old kid. Started it for $7 online as a sole proprietorship. Went to the bank to deposit money into this new business account, or to get an account. And I've always had facial hair. I've always looked older than what I really was. People think I'm my stepmom's husband. It happens. I'm there for an hour and a half, and he says, well, you know what? We'd love to have your business here. Give me your ID. Does my middle school ID count? And ever so lightly kicked me out of his office, and at that point, I had to reevaluate how I was going to start this business. So what I did, I went online, understanding what a computer was, understanding how to use the internet, understanding what the power of the internet was, and I Googled St. Louis's best business attorney. I call it the first one. I was bold. You guys didn't catch that. Call it the first one on Google. And told him, hey, I'm 12 years old. I have an idea for a business. Can you help me out? Can you assist me? But by the way, I can't afford you. Let's get that out here right now. He says, well, come to my office. I'll help you out. And to this day, I have not paid a dime in legal services. Thank God. But the most important piece of that, throughout this journey, I met with him every Saturday for 4 hours a Saturday for an entire year, planning this business. And he told me, he said, because you have the internet, you can do business in places where you couldn't have done it 10, 15 years ago. So that first set me up was, I can go employ someone in India. Perfect, I did it. But the second part of that piece of advice he gave me, he sent me a comic strip, and it had a dog on it. And the dog was typing on a computer, doing business. And it said, because you have the internet, you can do business with people who wouldn't have done it with you before because they don't know who you are. So I was able to use the internet to start a business, to have clients who didn't even live in St. Louis, Missouri, who trusted in me because they saw the work. They saw a work ethic. They saw a quality that developed over a year of people yelling at me because their website sucked. And at that point, that's where the business grew. Being able to have employees in other places who didn't know who I was, who didn't know my age. I could have employees who are contractors, tax purposes, who didn't live in St. Louis, but worked in other places and had great skill. So I was able to understand that the computer was not just for my personal use to play on social media, but importantly, to find people who could help me get to be on my journey to my dream, to my success. Whether it be clients, whether it be employees. And most importantly, out of all of that, the internet is where my story began to grow and capture attention. So jumping forward a few years, story went viral, 500,000 shares in an hour, every news station calling me to share my story. And in that process, just 2 years ago, I was working with Walgreens as a spokesperson. Had a young man who was 15 years old. I asked him what his plans were in life. African-American young man, and he told me he wanted to be a drug dealer. Just listen to that. He was 15 years old. His dream career in life was to be a drug dealer. And I learned because the key piece of his story, he had not been exposed to anything else outside of that. He'd been moving home to home every 6 months since he was 2 years old because his mom put him up for adoption. So consistently, all he could see, what was right in front of his face. And it's all that he believed he could do. Not knowing that drug dealers are some intelligent people. Distribution, marketing, employment, all that stuff. If I could hire one as a branding consultant, I would do it. But that would be illegal. So I took this young man under my wing, and I gave him access to a computer. And with that, he was able to see what could be done despite his story. I didn't have to just tell him what he could do. He utilized his computer to look at every opportunity that exists. I didn't teach him to code. Taught him how to use the internet. That was the first thing. Now, who here can say that they know, there's no one that they know under the age of 40 who does not know how to use the internet? Does anyone know anyone under 40 who can't use the internet? I see one hand, two hands. That's what we think. But there are people who are around you who have never touched a computer, who have never had a piece of technology to understand how to use it. Can you believe that? I'll take responses now. Can you believe that? So because of this, some people aren't exposed to what they could really do. They aren't exposed to the opportunities that are in front of them. They aren't exposed to job opportunities, both that they can create on their own and ones that they can find. The biggest employer in this country per capita is not Walmart. It's small businesses. People who employ themselves are employed less than 1,000 people. And that may not be small to some people, but it's small compared to a Walmart. So teaching him how to use the computer, he can now go out, do research, learn how to program, learn how to sell online, most importantly. So I taught him how to use a computer, taught him how to sell on an online marketplace. Last year, I did a workshop with about 15,000 students last year, teaching them the same concept. And every one of them now can go online, start a business, and make money out of their bedroom. Not because I gave them money, not because I gave them capital resources, because I gave them a computer and I taught them how to use it. Because if we don't teach them how to use it properly, Facebook is where they live. Well, not Facebook. My grandma's on Facebook now. Twitter. And they use it wrongly. So if I can give them a device, teach them how to use the device for the better of their situation, they can now use that to make money, use that to grow. And that's necessary. And I'll be quite frank with you. Everyone's not going to learn how to take a computer and program. Honestly, they don't need to. But if they can understand how to use the computer to benefit what they like, if it's fashion, how do I sell my fashion online? If it's art, how do I sell my art online? How do I use computers to better my experience with my art business? How do I tell my story utilizing the internet? How do I connect with people around the world who have similar experiences, who had a similar upcoming, and have fulfilled their dreams utilizing the internet? How do I build a computer? How do I work for someone who has a computer company and work in sales? That's not a tech. Because people have to understand, who thinks Google is all engineers? Who understands that it's a lot of salespeople? Who understand that it's a lot of marketing people? So in this world of technology, it's teaching them how to use technology so they understand it, and they can now apply their hobby, their skill set, and work with computers, work with technology, work with tech companies to expand their life. By exposure, by teaching, but most importantly, by guiding them and helping them understand what can be done with it. Does that make sense? And I know I get invited to a lot of conferences, and they didn't say it here, but they always say, you know what? Tell them to teach their kids about STEM and tell them to teach them how to code. Let's start STEM schools everywhere. It's not the key. The key is exposure, education on how to use it, and guiding them on the right way to use it to expand their career path, even if it's not just learning how to program. I had a guy who designed shirts, taught him how to sell them online, mass-produced out of California. He made $25,000 in a 2-month period off of shirt designs. But he didn't know how to code. He applied his skill set of design, utilizing computers to expand his opportunity to employ himself via the internet. So technology is key to everyone, but teach them how to use it. Teach them how to use it properly, and that's the way we can expand youth participation in the technology environment. As the last speaker said, Uber is the largest taxi company, and they have no vehicles. So they have designers, they have developers, and a whole lot of salespeople who have helped that grow. Thank you.
We started this morning noting that this conversation was in large part about our next generation. And we went deep really quickly, and as Dambisa said, it could have begun to feel just a little bit depressing. But the truth is, this conversation is probably way more scary for those of you who are out there in my generation than it is for the generation behind us. So with this lunch program, we wanted to accomplish 2 things. We wanted to bring the energy level up just a bit, and we wanted to do that by showing you young people who were making the future of work for them. I want to ask you to do a huge favor for me. For our 3 high school teams, already focusing on the question of not just how they make the future of work for them, but for their peers, and in particular, their peers most likely to drop out of high school, and for young people like Jalen Bledsoe all over this country who are just working it out. Can you stand to your feet and give the next generation of entrepreneurs a round of applause? And you don't even have to sit back down because I'm about to give you a 10-minute break. Stretch your feet, get some coffee, check your phone, go to the restroom. Just promise to be back here at 2 o'clock sharp. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? Our program is about to resume. Please take your seats. Once again, our program is about to resume. Please take your seats. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the co-leader of Girl Develop It RDU, Basha Coulter.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. I'm really excited to be here today. I am one of the co-leaders of the Raleigh-Durham chapter of Girl Develop It, or GDI as we call it lovingly. Girl Develop It is a national nonprofit organization that teaches women to code in a supportive and affordable environment. Before I tell you just a little bit about how we work, I'd like to tell you a story of a friend of mine, Amy, another one of the co-leaders of the chapter. Amy has a PhD in English literature. She had a career in academia, and then she took some time off to raise a family. And when she was ready to return to the workforce, she decided on a career change. And with no prior exposure to programming whatsoever, she started taking our classes. She got so excited about coding that she subsequently enrolled in a 3-month intense coding bootcamp in Durham. And within a few months after graduating from that program, she was hired as a developer, meaning a person who writes code. So it took her about a year from the time that she started taking our classes as a complete novice to the time she was hired as a professional developer. I think that Amy's story flies in the face of the many stereotypes that women face when they try to enter tech careers. And the work that we do at GDI is to break down those stereotypes and to remove some of the obstacles that women face. We reject the notion that women are not interested in tech. Our national organization that was founded in 2010 now has almost 60,000 members, mostly women, across 52 cities. Our local RDU chapter has over 1,700 members, and since our chapter's inception in 2012, we have offered over 100 workshops and classes in different kinds of coding and programming. Our classes are affordable. Our average rate is $10 per hour, and we offer at least 2 scholarships per class. We do not believe that it is ever too late to start learning. a good portion of our student population are women 30 years of age and older. We publish our curriculum online, so it's accessible to everybody for free. And our classes are in-person instructions with qualified teachers and teaching assistants so that every person in class receives individualized help. Most of all, we create role models so that women who are just entering tech fields can come in contact with and be inspired by other women who have already been successful. We build a community where women who are learning to program can feel that they belong. Women are one of the groups that are underrepresented in tech industry, and I think it has to change. We want to be included. I invite you all to help us make that change happen. Thank you.
I want to thank Basia for that wonderful spotlight on the good work that she's doing here in the Triangle. I want to thank Dad of Daughters who tweeted, "Can we see some more women on the stage, please?" I responded, "Mom of Daughters, I'm with you, I'm there." So in some ways, all of that sets up very nicely our next speaker, who many of you will be very familiar with, given all of the really profound writings he's been doing on these issues. I won't spend a lot of time going into his credentials because I want him to have every moment to share his thinking with you. So North Carolina, let's give a big round of applause for our next speaker, Vivek Wadhwa. Thank you.
You know, there's been too much gloom. There was too much doom and gloom this morning talking about jobless futures and robots and AI. I'm going to change the topic. I'm going to tell you why diversity is important by taking you to the future and showing you what's going on. And rather than worrying about a jobless future, in fact, the jobless future we talk about is 15 to 20 years away. In the meantime, we're going to be having an unprecedented economic boom. We're going to be creating jobs like never before. The United States is going to be rising to new heights. Amazing things are going to be possible. What I'm going to show you is some of these advances in this future in which everything becomes possible. And conclude with why you folks have to understand these advances and be part of this future. Because there's no reason why you can't be having Durham building world-changing world-changing applications and building world-changing medical devices and leading the world in innovation, or why you can't have world-class innovation happening in Raleigh. I mean, I'm from this area. I know it very well. I live in Silicon Valley right now, and I know what's possible. So let's start with this tour of the future. First of all, this is a chart of how technology is advancing. You know, we're pretty pessimistic in the United States. We think that just because the new version of an iPhone had some lousy features in it, that innovation is dead and it's the end of the world. We don't seem to realize how fast change is happening and how much change is happening. This chart here shows you how it took thousands of years to go from agriculture to pottery to the plow to mathematics. Then over the last 100, 200 years, you've seen major advance after major advance after major advance. This is an exponential curve. Technology is advancing exponentially. Never before has so much technology advanced so fast and have technologies converged the way they're converging right now. Here's the difference between linear and exponential, because people don't understand what this means. We're human beings, we think linearly. If I ask you to tell me how far 30 steps is, everyone can sort of guess. Maybe 30 steps takes me here to that wall, give or take a few steps. We can estimate that. 30 steps is roughly 30 meters. We know that. If I ask you to tell me how far 30 exponential steps is, I doubt there are any geniuses in this room who really understand what that means. 30 exponential steps it is 1 billion meters. Now, do you know what 1 billion meters means? 1 billion meters is roughly 26 times around the planet. That's the difference between linear and exponential. Technology is moving exponentially. In the tech industry, we know something called Moore's law, which governs how our computing devices advance. This is a simplification of what that means. Here's what you get for $1,000 in your smartphone, in your iPad, in your desktop, in the computing devices that you own. For $1,000, as of 2010, you got the computing power of a mouse brain. I talked about Moore's law, computing doubling every 18 months. Here's what happens by 2023. For $1,000, you get the computing power of a human being. In other words, this thing in your pocket has the same computing power as your brains do. You know the advantage that these devices have? Is that they're networked together at gigabit speeds. We talk in slow motion. We share limited knowledge. These things have access to each other and to the knowledge of the entire universe. And here's what happens in 2050 if Moore's law continues. For $1,000, you get the computing power of all of humanity combined. Billions of people combined for $1,000. This is how computing is advancing. There are debates, there are disputes about how long Moore's law can last because Moore's law is based on the shrinking of transistors. You can only go up to 1 atom, so they say. Regardless, we are all set for 2023. IBM and Intel have both announced that they've achieved 7 nanometer scale, which means that the iPhone 11 or the iPhone 12 will have the same computing power that you do. And this is scary as hell, I tell you, because we don't know what this means. What's scarier is that it isn't just computing, it is everything that computing touches. AI you've heard about, robotics you've heard about, it's also networks, it's also sensors, it's also synthetic biology, genomics, digital medicine. I can go on and on and on. What's happening here is that everything is becoming digital, everything is becoming information. And when anything becomes information, it goes exponential on that curve I talked about. And exponential technologies are converging. So let's look at some of these advances. You remember this good old device on the bottom? Some of you have seen it. All of you have seen the rotary phone for sure. Ask your child how to use a rotary phone, they'll have no clue. Where's the contact list? I mean, what do I do? They won't know how to use a rotary phone. Do you remember this fellow? Why do we remember him? Because that's Gordon Gekko from Wall Street. He was rich, he was on Wall Street, he was evil. He owned a cell phone. You know something? Beggars in the developing world have devices that look like that now. This is how the phone is advanced. And look at all the things that it now does. These things fit in your pocket. You remember those Walkman? Remember these old TV sets, game controllers, typewriters, encyclopedias, video conferencing, GPS? You have it all in your pocket right now, and it's free. It's a feature on your phone. I don't think you realize that this device has also become a medical device now. To start with, it's an encyclopedia of medical knowledge. Let's do an experiment here. Let's go back in time 5 years. You were sick or your child was sick. You went to the doctor. The doctor pretended to read those handwritten notes, and you knew that the doctor spent about 3 minutes with you and wanted to get you out of his office so you could see the next patient. He scribbled down something which you couldn't read either. You walked out of there really feeling uncomfortable. What was your choice? What did you do? You got a second opinion. You remember second opinions? What are we doing now? You come out of the doctor's office, you try to make sense of what he wrote, and then you Google it. You Google your symptoms, you have the latest medical advances available to you just like that for free. You have more knowledge than your doctor did. Your doctor graduated from medical school 10, 20, 30, 40 years ago. He's not up to date on what's happening. You are. And this happened in the last 5 years or so. If you go to the Apple store in Palo Alto, I haven't been down here to South Point or to, the Apple store is here for a long time. But if you go to the Apple store in Palo Alto, you will see an entire chest filled with medical instruments. You have heart monitors, you have blood pressure monitors, you have glucose testing units. You can go to Walmart, for $30 you can buy a glucose meter. Technology industry has decided that it wants to own the medical industry. You can now buy medical tests at computer stores. The big thing that happened in 2015 was that the tech industry also decided it wants to get into the pharmaceutical industry. It became a medical researcher. The way the pharma industry works is that The drug industry has a particular type of medicine that it believes it can cure a particular type of disease. They test it in the lab, then they test it on animals. A few thousand animals later, they test it on a few hundred human beings. Along the way, they spent $1 billion. It takes years. And if the results aren't very nice, they just shove them under the carpet and keep testing until they get the results they want. Clinical trials stopped when the drug was released. And guess what's going to happen now? We're going to have data on millions of people, eventually billions of people, and it's going to continue for the life of a patient. Never before have we had this type of data. So we've upended the medical industry recently. Next step, going inside the body. Imagine pills that you take that go inside the body that deliver medications to where you need them. Do you remember that movie, Fantastic Voyage, in which they shrunk those human beings, put them in a submarine, and they went inside the body? Forget the shrunken human beings. We're getting fatter. We're not getting smaller. But the submarines are here already. These little tiny capsules that go inside your body that can now take high-definition images. Give it 5 years, 7 years, and they will be able to deliver payloads to particular regions of the body. Imagine now what becomes possible. You don't have to kill the entire patient to kill a particular virus. You can now deliver targeted medicine precisely to where it's needed. This is all happening. And then telemedicine. One of the fastest growing fields is telemedicine, where the doctor comes to you. Literally, you can go online right now and summon a doctor. And the doctor will be top-notch somewhere in the world and be able to advise you immediately. This is growing at 60% a year, this whole field. Medicine is becoming digital and information technology. Remember what I talked about? What happens when something goes digital? It becomes an IT, it goes exponential. As of 2015, the tech industry decided to eat the medical industry, which is wonderful because the medical industry, our healthcare industry, supposedly wants to keep us healthy. But if you look at the motivation of the healthcare industry, it's to keep us sick. Because if we don't fall sick, our doctors go hungry. If we don't have disease and go to the hospital, our hospitals go bankrupt. The entire system is predicated on keeping us sick. What's Google's motivation? What's Microsoft's motivation? To keep us surfing the web, downloading apps. I tell you, I'm on the side of Google here. I want to be surfing 24 hours a day if they keep me healthy. This is what happened in 2015, a major transformation. Next step, AI-based doctors. When you have data, the next step is to now do something with it. So IBM Watson, the same technology that defeated Jeopardy players, has now learned oncology, cancer. It can prescribe better than human beings can. Everything I said is nothing compared to the real revolution that's happening. It's in genomics. The human genome was sequenced about 14 years ago, cost about $3 billion to get there. What costed $3 billion costs $1,000 now. And the significance of that is that we've become data, and our doctors are becoming software. We're about to see a revolution in genomics in healthcare like you've never imagined before, out of the pages of science fiction, all over the next 5 years, 7 years or so. Major, major, major breakthroughs, all sorts of new remedies, amazing advances happening in this field. We're headed into an era of genomic medicine, in which medicine is based on your genetic profile, who you are, what you are, your microbiome, the ecosystem within you, your medical history, and your lifestyle and environment. This is the 2020s we're talking about. Next step, printed organs, bionic enhancements. That beautiful woman over there is Amanda Boxtel. She had a skiing accident about 20 years ago. She's now dreaming of climbing mountains and parascaling. You remember Steve Austin from $6 Million Man? Here's my prediction, that Steve Austin becomes a reality in 2030, 15 years from now. Austin doesn't cost $6 million, he costs $6,000. Why? Because as technology advances, it becomes smaller, it becomes cheaper. The advances are now making it possible to build bionic people, bionic eyes, bionic hearing, bionic strength, and the technologies are getting cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. 2030, you can become Steve Austin. Making it possible advances in sensors. Take the first digital camera. It came out in 1975. It weighed about 4 kilograms, $10,000, a whopping 0.01 megapixels. What you have in your pockets today is roughly 1 billion times better. The first ICBM units, the nuclear missiles that gave us a big advantage, they weighed tens of millions of dollars, and they cost tens of millions of dollars, weighed about 50 pounds. What you have in your smartphones is a billion times better, and it costs about $1 for better technology. GPS, the first one came out in 1981. It weighed 53 pounds. It cost $120,000. It didn't talk to you. You can get the GPS units for less than $1 on Alibaba right now. If you took your smartphone apart, and I strongly recommend you don't do this at home, you will find in it sensors that would have weighed hundreds of pounds and cost hundreds of thousands of dollars just 30 or 40 years ago. This stuff is in your pockets right now. You carry it in your smartphones. All of these amazing sensors. Robotics, what we've been talking about all day. When I was young, I used to be a messy little child. I'd get in trouble. Mom would yell at me, and I would go to my room sulking, saying I wanted Rosie to come and clean up after me. And then as I was growing up, I wanted R2-D2 as my friends, because no one would talk to me in school. So I wanted R2 and D2 to be my friends. I grew up, and what did I get? A stupid Roomba. That's the state-of-the-art robotic device of today. What went wrong? Why didn't we get these amazing robots? I mean, that was like 30 or 40 years ago when I was dreaming about this stuff. The reason was because of the technology necessary to do voice recognition and face recognition would have required the equivalent of a Cray supercomputer. Many of you remember the Cray supercomputers? And then the sensors necessary to detect what was happening around you would have required these massive cameras. Remember the big, bulky cameras that the film studios had? Well, you got that in your pocket. This device, by my computations, is something like 40 times more powerful than the Cray supercomputers were. 40 Cray supercomputers in your pocket. It's become possible now. As of 2015, it became cheaper to manufacture in the United States than in China because of robotics. They're becoming very, very, very sophisticated. You now have robots that can thread needles, that can do circuit board assembly. Google is working on robots that are humanoid. That doggy over there, Spot, is a Google robot. It's amazing how fast robotics is advancing. And you know something? It isn't just Google who's doing it. I've got a slide missing here, but they're also becoming chauffeurs. Outside, you have First Robotics. That's what we're going to talk about. You have kids now building sophisticated robots. Look at the robot that these kids, local kids built. It detects what's happening around it. It shoots baseballs. I mean, these kids built that in 6 weeks. This is what's possible. Where I live in Silicon Valley, we have self-driving cars driving around. At first, when we saw them on the streets, we'd all stop and take photographs. Ooh, ah, wow, a self-driving car. Now we cut the stupid thing off because it follows road rules. They're nuisances. But self-driving cars are going to be on our roads within the next 3, 4, 5 years. And 15 years from now, we're going to bar human beings. Just like we took the horses off the roads when we had the horseless carriages, we're going to be banning human beings from being on our roads because they're dangerous animals. They crash into each other. They get road rage. I mean, they text while they're driving. I mean, what's wrong with these animals? Why would we allow them to be driving such sophisticated vehicles and be killing each other? Get them off the roads. These are robots, believe it or not. Diego-san is a robot. He's a 5-year-old robot. These are all robots, the state-of-the-art robotics. 2016 is going to be the year of virtual reality. If you remember Star Trek, the holodecks that they had in Star Trek, or just imagine now spending your lunchtime taking a trip to Mars, being up there with the Curiosity rover and touring the planet. Imagine having meetings like this in virtual worlds. Over the next 2 or 3 years, we will all have headsets that are like our glasses, which cost about $100, $200, that take us into holographic worlds. In the next 5 to 10 years, it'll feel like we're almost there. We'll have meetings like this in holographic worlds. This is the year when these devices start shipping. You're going to see amazing transformations happening, amazing possibilities because of these virtual reality, augmented reality technologies that are going to be released starting this year. Now, all of this is great, but it's also making it possible now to solve the grand challenges of humanity, to fix the problems that have bedeviled mankind. To start with, look at energy, which is one of the biggest problems there is on this planet. This is a map of the energy reserves of our planet. We get 1,400 times more sunlight every day than we consume in a year. So far, we've not been able to harness solar. Solar has become a 4-lettered word in the United States because the Obama administration gave subsidies to some companies that went bankrupt. Forget all that. Solar is advancing at exponential rates. That chart over there shows you the cost of solar. It's dropping exponentially. This chart shows you the increase in installations. At the rate at which we're going, we are 6 doublings away, 6 exponential doublings away, roughly 14 years away from being able to generate 100% of today's energy needs through solar. We don't believe this, but within 20 years, we will have almost unlimited clean and free energy. People are in a state of denial that this is happening. It is happening. Solar is getting cheaper, more efficient, and we will be able to replace fossil fuels with solar over the next 5 or 10 years. This is the reality. It's going to change the world. Now let's talk about medicine. There are 5 billion people in the world who lack access to quality diagnostics. That people die. I mean, in Indian villages, you have hundreds of deaths every year because women don't get tested for preeclampsia, which is a common disease that pregnant women get. Here, when you get pregnant, you go to the doctor, they do a blood test, they check everything out, and if there's something wrong, you take vitamins and minerals and protein, and you're fine. The trouble is that even when you do have diagnostics available, women can't afford it in the developing world. So many, many, many deaths. Here's something a friend of mine built. He was a doctor at Arizona State University who noted that the device he's using, the computer, had a USB input. He could plug different devices into it. He said, why can't I do that with medical instruments? The sensors are cheap. The sensors I showed you, they cost 50 cents, $1, $5. That's what sensors cost. He said, why can't I buy the same sensors and plug them into my computer and write some apps to monitor it? He could not get funding for this in Arizona. The medical establishment would not fund him. He got fed up, he went back to New Delhi, and he built a device that does 32 different medical tests. A $700 device that can test for the most common diseases, HIV, dengue, malaria, blood glucose, you name it, this device can test it. There was a study done in one village in Mukhtar, Punjab, where 100 women died 1 year. The next year, they tested everyone with a $700 device. They found 120 women to be pre-eclamptic. They treated all of them. That year, there were 0 deaths from preeclampsia. A $700 device built by one doctor who got fed up was able to save hundreds of lives in villages. This technology is now being used by 2.5 million people in India, and I'm bringing it to South America, and then we're going to bring it to the United States. The next version will have about 130 different medical tests. It'll do everything that the hospitals do. It'll cost $1,000. This is what an entrepreneur built. Another experiment. You go to Silicon Valley, you think it's a rich place. There's dire poverty across the street in East Palo Alto. It's disgusting to see African American and Latino children being left out. I did an experiment. I took cheap tablets from India. I brought them to Mountain View, and we did 2 hackathons over there in which we had 250 children, mostly black children and African and Latino children. The beginning of the weekend, and we taught them how to code. We gave them internet access. We had them build apps. Beginning of the weekend, I said, how many of you believe you can be a Mark Zuckerberg? Everyone laughed at me. They ignored me completely. At the end of the weekend, I said, how many of you believe you can be Mark Zuckerberg? Everyone raised their hand and said, yes, I can. They had built apps. They had learned how to code. They had tablets. We gave them tablets with internet access. AT&T donated the internet access. And we changed the lives of 250 children using $60 tablets from India. Imagine now what you can do for disadvantaged communities in Durham. Imagine now what you can do all across North Carolina by uplifting the tens of thousands of children who are left out. This costs practically nothing to do that. This is what's possible right now. And now we have a sharing economy on which everything is available on demand. Any service you need, you can click on a button and you have it available to you. This is what's becoming possible with these tablets, with these smartphones that are commonly becoming available. Anyone can build these sharing economy apps. Amazing things have become possible, but here's what the problem is. The tech industry is a boys' club. Silicon Valley is a white boys' club and an Indian boys' club and a Chinese boys' club. That's it. They leave everyone else out. It's a serious problem. And it isn't that Silicon Valley doesn't hire black coders, for example. You could be one of the best, Silicon Valley won't hire you. This is a problem because they have an attitude, they have stereotypes, they're messed up. And it isn't, for example, women. Women are left out of the Silicon Valley tech force. It isn't that women don't have the skills. All the research done to date shows that when you have women, you have better performance. When you have women, when you have diversity, you get more innovation. Every metric you look at shows you that diversity breeds innovation. Silicon Valley is 52%. 52% of startups in Silicon Valley are founded by immigrants. It's not that Silicon Valley doesn't know. Silicon Valley is built on immigration. It's just that it has these stereotypes about who's successful. It leaves them out. But you know something? We have 1 billion problems right now, and anyone can start a company right now. I started 2 companies here in North Carolina. One was Sear Technologies, which we moved here from New York City, and then was Relativity Technologies, which I started when I was living in Chapel Hill. The first company we needed $20 million of venture capital for. The second company needed $3 million of venture capital. Today, if I was starting a software company, what would I need? A laptop, food, somewhere to live. I'd probably raise $50,000, and I'm done. I have everything I need to start a world-changing company. This is what has become possible now. The types of technologies I built, that Indian Swastika state technology I talked about, Kanav Kohal built it. He spent $10,000 of his own money building a prototype. And then when he built the prototype, he raised $500,000 because he could demonstrate his concepts. And then he built the device, which is now being rolled out all over India. They're producing 300 a week right now. They want to produce 300 a day. But this is what was possible because one entrepreneur decided to change the world. The cost of building technologies has dropped exponentially. What used to cost millions now costs thousands. Knowledge has globalized. The same technologies that we're building in Silicon Valley can be built anywhere and everywhere in the world. What does it cost to build innovation? Practically nothing. What makes Silicon Valley successful is information sharing. You know, the reason I moved from here to Silicon Valley was because I was researching Silicon Valley. Why is it that it's the most innovative place on this planet? The answer is because it tolerates failure, it has very powerful networks, it shares information, and you have an ecosystem in which you can interact with one another. Well, why can't you build that over here? What's holding back North Carolina from building its own Silicon Valley? What you have to do is start off by now teaching people, empowering, enabling them, providing small amounts of seed funding. You don't need millions of dollars. You're talking about tens of thousands of dollars of seed funding, and then building the network around it. The graduates of Duke, Chapel Hill, UNC Chapel Hill, NC State, the universities are everywhere. You could easily now get them to start mentoring local startups if you started setting up mentor networks. So there's a problem, there's a diversity problem, there are disadvantages, but these are from the past. The playing field has become leveled, and anyone, anywhere can now build world-changing companies. I'm going to conclude with this. The impossible has become possible. Innovation thrives in diversity. Now, America is reinventing itself. We build world-changing innovations. We did this with half of our population. Imagine now if we enable the better half, the wise half, the sensible half, and our minorities. The minorities know where the problems are. The kids in Silicon Valley are solving their own problems. I mean, basically, they're trying to rebuild mom for themselves so they can build their own sharing apps and so on. They don't understand the problems of the developing world or of Durham, North Carolina, or of Greenville, North Carolina, or of the disadvantaged communities we have in the state. But you do. And you can empower your entrepreneurs to do all that. We really can change the world if we try. You can read about me on, my website is wadwa.com is my website. I do a lot of writing. You follow me on Twitter. You can email me. But amazing things have become possible. Thank you, folks.
You know, every year we have that one speaker who I reach out to and they say, sorry, would love to join you, but, and I say, okay, well, what about this? And then they say, well, no, but. So this year, Vivek was that speaker. And let me just say, after listening to that presentation, I am so glad I annoyed the hell out of you. So we're going to switch gears a bit, and we're going to start with where Vivek left us, which is talking about how we build that network, the ecosystem around which these new opportunities can be fulfilled. I'd like to introduce you now to our third spotlight speaker.
Good afternoon, everybody. How are you? Good. Quick question for you. How many people in the room have bought a new vehicle in the last 5 years? Show of hands. All right. Of those people, how many of you realize that that car probably has somewhere between 50 and 150 computer systems on it? Okay, good. How many of you are aware that most of those vehicles are going to be built with something along the lines of magnesium, aluminum, or boron alloyed steel? Anybody? Okay, the hands get fewer and fewer. Does anybody know what it takes to repair a vehicle made of those manufacturing construction materials? The hands got really, really few. That's a real problem in the collision industry. My name's Paul Gage, and I'm the Director of Transportation Services at Fayetteville Tech, and I'm also the creator of a program called Collision U. And we started Collision U at Fayetteville Tech back in 2014, and the sole purpose of this program was to train technicians in today's technology so that when you wreck that car, God forbid, somebody who is trained and knows how to deal with that vehicle can repair it. And a lot of people don't understand the importance of that, but I can tell you the importance is your safety and the safety of your family. If these materials are not repaired correctly, if we don't use the right construction methods to put that car back together, then that can leave someone in an unsafe situation, and we don't want that to happen. So we started Collision U down in Fayetteville, North Carolina. One of the great things that worked with Collision U was the military. We've got all these wonderful minds coming out of our military, transitioning through in Fayetteville, and it gives us an opportunity to reach out to those folks and help transition them into this industry that is extremely high-tech and, by the way, very well paid. But in order to do that, we had to create some innovative methods to make that happen. We went to the industry and we said, you tell us what an employable graduate looks like. What do they need to be able to do? What do they need to be able to know? What systems do they need to be able to function with? And they explained that to us. And one of the first things they said was, we need them to show up, which is really sad, but we need them to show up. And it'd be a benefit if they'd stay off their cell phone. Okay. So what we did was we actually built a culture in Fayetteville around the professionalism of what it takes to be in the automotive industry today, to be well trained, to operate as an engineer reconstructing these vehicles once they've been in a wreck. And then we built a curriculum and a school around it. Have we been successful? I started the program in August of 2014 with 15 people. Next month I'll start 144. We've grown almost tenfold. We have companies, thank you. We have companies literally from all over the world that are lined up at our door waiting to hire our graduates. And the biggest problem I have is I don't have enough graduates yet. And that's a great positive problem to have. You say, are they good companies? Anybody familiar with Roger Penske, Bruton Smith, Rick Hendrick? These are all players that we work with. Ford Motor Company, Honda is at our school now, and we're even talking to Freightliner. These are great opportunities for great people, and it's because we took the time to be innovative and build a curriculum and a program that would allow these people to succeed in our industry. I want to thank you for giving me a few minutes to talk to you today. Thank you.
So I probably don't need to tell anybody in this room that the North Carolina Community College system and its 58 campuses are really a jewel in North Carolina's crown. Our challenge is to figure out how we do more things like Paul was discussing. And so I'm pleased to turn the podium over now to the Federal Reserve Bank of Richmond's Matt Martin, who's going to facilitate a conversation on smart adaptations for our workforce development system. Matt, all yours.
How are you? Good to see you. How are you?
All right, good afternoon, everyone. There we go. I'm Matthew Martin with the Federal Reserve Bank of Richmond in our Charlotte office, and our topic for this panel here is reinventing workforce development. So I've been sitting out in the crowd all day with the rest of you, and a lot of the topics that were up for discussion were things I wasn't immediately familiar with. Well, everyone in the room, you're the product of one or more workforce development systems, so you at least know something about this subject. That may or may not be a good thing because the topic is reinventing, right? So we want to think about things that need to respond to all the different things that have come out in our discussion today, and we've heard from a lot of speakers. And the issue here really is the resiliency and preparedness of our systems that provide the talent with the skills that they need to meet the economy that is coming in the future. There are probably too many factors to mention that we've heard about today. I've been furiously taking notes, and some of those hopefully will come out in our discussion here over the next 40 minutes or so. I'm going to briefly introduce our three speakers, and then I will give each of them 5 minutes to talk about their particular area of expertise before we have a roundtable discussion. So let me start with my immediate left. Stuart Andresen is Senior Community and Economic Development Advisor for the Federal Reserve Bank of Atlanta. Much of his research focuses on workforce development, including some recent work that he'll talk about on opportunity occupations. Next, we have Anya Kamenetz, who is a blogger and reporter with NPR around education. She's the author of several books. The most recent that came out in 2015, The Test, Why Our Schools Are Obsessed with Standardized Tests But Don't Have to Be. But she's also written books on transforming higher education. And then finally, all the way over to your right and my far left, Charles Reigeluth, who's Professor Emeritus at Indiana University and author of Reinventing Schools, It's Time to Break the Mold. So I'll start with Stuart and give him a chance to tell us about some of the work he's been doing.
Thanks so much. I am going to talk today about what I have been working on with a number of co-authors that I call opportunity occupations. And just to let you all know, you probably think of it as in any other of these terms, middle skilled jobs or middle wage jobs. But to put a little bit of a point on it, the work that we've been doing has particularly been focused on jobs that do not require a college degree, but pay over a median wage. And we understand that median is a little bit different if you live in Charlotte or if you live in New York City. So we took that into account. It's a lot of the jobs that you would imagine would be those types of jobs. It's nurses, it's various types of nurses and other positions in the healthcare field. Retail supervisors, a job that you wouldn't typically think, but the managers of stores, and IT positions, and lots of construction trades. The story about that is a little bit of a good news, bad news story. And the discussion today, I'm actually going to be talking about it slightly different than I normally do, in that I started to think quite differently about the challenges and the opportunities around what we've found in terms of these middle wage jobs or opportunity occupations throughout the day. So the good news is that a lot of these jobs are becoming more accessible in recent years. We've got access to looking at what online job postings say about these jobs and what employers are saying, and they're typically starting to ask for less education in many of them. There are obviously a few where education's starting to increase, and that tells us a couple of different things. Number one, and we're hopeful that these are true, is that potentially a lot of our sub-college degree training programs are getting a little bit better. We can't say that for sure, but it's suggestive of that. The other thing that we can say is that, maybe there's something going on with the short-term business cycle, and that there's some improvement there, and maybe the labor market's tightening a bit. The bad news is that over the last 3.5 years that we looked at, and that was 2011 to the end of 2014, was one of the periods in our country that had significant job growth. About 5 million jobs were created during that period. But of these jobs that meet the definition that I talked about for opportunity, there was a loss of 1.7 million jobs that either were no longer paying the amount that was needed or were expecting more education. And there were types of jobs that you could see dropping off the list. Both the good news and bad news is that North Carolina kind of shows both ends of the spectrum. There are some places that have higher levels of opportunity. Greensboro, about 25% of all jobs meet that definition. Unfortunately, in Raleigh and Cary, it's only about 19%. Nationally, it was about 20%. So today I started thinking about the things that I talk about in terms of the good news. I think that the challenge that we're looking at is that the good news tends to be shorter term types of things. We know that training programs are relevant, and then as new work and technological change happens, we have to come up with new training programs. We also know that the changes in the labor market, if they're there, are part of a shorter term change. Now, some of the challenges that we've heard about today, automation and skills bias, technological change. So that's not only the destruction of jobs because of technology, but the changing requirements in those jobs are long-term things. We also heard a little bit about the changing and restructuring relationship of employees and employers, in that there's different type of work happening. We know that brings a lot of different things with it. It brings different ways of receiving and delivering benefits, where we often have relied on employers to provide those benefits. In terms of the workforce development system, federally it's about $3 billion a year. Earlier this year, Georgetown University put out an estimate on what they think the private sector spends on training people for work. $3 billion was the federal number, $1.1 trillion in direct and indirect expenses by employers on training. The title of their report is "College is Just the Beginning," because college is a smaller portion of that as well. But we know that 1.1 trillion is disproportionately spent on people that have higher levels of education to begin with. So it's not necessarily improving the workforce in some of these middle skill positions. So we have a system that's got disproportionate amount of money coming in. Fellow panelists will talk about other portions of what I would also consider part of the workforce development system. But when we're talking about these middle skill jobs, I think that we need to stop thinking about how do we change specific training programs, but how do we start thinking about training as part of a broader employment policy. And our research suggests that should include things like making sure that housing is affordable, especially in places that are more expensive. It needs to talk about how you deal with the fact that there's going to be essential work that doesn't pay very much right now. That might be in some form of income supports. The portability of benefits and how we structure employee benefits going forward with changing structures of work. And then, of course, I do believe that training is a portion of this. So I'm going to stop there for now.
Great. So your point about employer training is probably a good departure point, Anya, to talk about the changing role of our higher education system. We've heard from a lot of speakers who are rightfully proud of the community college and university system here, but your research and writing has led you to point out some other factors as well.
Right, thanks for that. So the themes in my work are about the transformation of education, higher education in particular, about the economics of education, and then most recently, a fundamental question about how we define merit and how we measure outcomes in education. And I'm here to deliver a message that might be a little bit scary or exciting, which is that the historic way that we have connected the value of a college degree in particular, but higher education in general, the cornerstone of the American dream, that education is going to be a path to prosperity, that might be historically specific. In other words, the United States came up with the notion of mass higher education sometime in the 20th century, and education paid off and continued to pay off for minorities, for women, as more people gained access. And that coincided with this incredible period of economic growth and prosperity. And so there might have been a little bit of confusion about what were the means and what were the ends. But what we've seen since the 1970s is both inside and outside the education system, this double whammy that we've heard so much about today about technology, automation, and globalization. And so what happened? A giant economic shift, so that education costs continue to go up and up and up, and the wages outside education flattened. And and during this time, a good illustration of this is, as the job market changed, the Bureau of Labor Statistics projection between 2010 and 2020, the 20 fastest growing jobs Only one of them required a post-secondary degree, and that one was post-secondary instructor. It was just an illustration of the fact that the job market was going in a very different direction from higher education, and higher education's offerings were not changing fast enough. Now, during that time, and up until I think a decade ago or more, you could still make the argument that the return on education was growing, and that was because wages for non-college people were flatlining. Diving down, and the wages for people with a bachelor's degree were flatlining. But that argument has kind of worn out its welcome. I think we've hit the expiration date because of this increasing awareness of the hollowing out of the job market, and the return, even on highly educated jobs, is not as strong as it once was. There's no real security anywhere. How do we then talk about value for higher education? We have to go back and question, first of all, what we've been sold, which is that the definition of excellence in education comes from scarcity, comes from an institution that admits only the elite or only a very small group of people. That worked up to a point, but it can't work anymore because we can't ration higher education in that way. So one clear path to making education pay off again for the individuals who are taking part in it and for the private and public sectors that are investing so strongly in it, one clear path is, of course, focusing on skills, competency, on efficiency and productivity, and smoothing people's way forward in the articulation between community colleges, for example, workforce training programs, and four-year degrees. There's also a second path, I believe, and that is one that focuses on the excellence and the uniqueness of each student's experience. Gallup and Purdue University over the last 2 years have surveyed tens of thousands of former students, bachelor's degree recipients, up to 25 years after graduation. They found they use a rubric of thriving in well-being in various aspects of your life, personal and financial and social and even health. And they found that whether you go to a private versus a public college, or even one of the top 100 in the US News and World Report, makes zero difference in your likelihood of thriving in your life. But there are factors that do make a difference in the higher education experience, and they are being involved in a capstone experience, a workforce experience, something like an internship or an externship, or something that was a long-term project, and faculty relationships, feeling that there was someone who cared about me, that I had a mentor on campus. So, the liberal arts degree has always been a loose umbrella, it's always been a big tent, and that's its beauty. I think that, it has the ability to be an arena for life-changing experiences and discoveries. And so in order to kind of reclaim the relevance of the college degree, it needs to be something that is very much attuned to the need to evolve, yes, to become more efficient, but also to become more of an experience for each individual student and bring out what is best in them.
Great, thanks. We'll keep working our way back the workforce development chain. And Charles, you've got some parallels, I think, with some of Anya's comments around our K-12 system.
Thank you, yes. There are three major changes that I believe are important for K-12 education to make to be responsive to the changing needs in society, in the state. They have to do with what to teach, how to teach it, and the organizational structures for education. Regarding what to teach, the current curriculum has a lot of things that are not very useful. We make an excuse to teach them by saying that they are helpful for learning higher order thinking skills. If those things are important, then why not teach those higher order thinking skills directly? Our current curriculum has the four major pillars of math, English, science, and social studies. Mark Prensky has recommended that we think about totally restructuring that curriculum to focus on thinking effectively, acting effectively, relating effectively, and accomplishing effectively. Now, many of the elements that are in our current curriculum that are indeed useful could be used as vehicles for learning those things. But the problem is that an awful lot of aspects of these 4 new pillars are not either directly or indirectly taught in our current educational system. In addition, there is the hidden curriculum. In our current paradigm, teacher-centered, students are told, sit down, be quiet, do what you're told to do, put up with boring, repetitive tasks. Those things were all actually very useful during the industrial age when children were prepared primarily for menial jobs, assembly line work. But now that knowledge work has taken over as the predominant form of work, we need a different hidden curriculum. We need a hidden curriculum that focuses much more on initiative, problem solving, relating well with other people, teamwork, and so forth. So the hidden curriculum is a factor that is deeply embedded in the structure of teacher-centered education. It's that structure that needs to change. Now, one other thing that we've heard a lot about is lifelong learning. And given how rapidly careers are changing, increasingly rapidly as we advance into the future, lifelong learning does indeed become a lot more important. And yet, what are the things that are necessary to accomplish that? I think there are 2 things. One of them is to give people a love of learning, and the other is to give them the skills to learn on their own, self-directed learning. And in our current teacher-centered system, we fail miserably at both of those, no matter how much lip service we give to lifelong learning. Well, let's move on to the second issue, how we teach it. Students need to learn a lot more faster. Is that possible? Well, yes, indeed. When you think about it, one thing that pretty much everybody agrees on is that people learn at different rates. And yet in our current educational system, we try to teach a fixed amount of content in a fixed amount of time. So the slow learners are forced to move on before they've mastered it. They accumulate deficits in their learning that make it virtually impossible for them to learn related things in the future. They're condemned to flunking out. And our faster learners are held back. They don't get to reach their potential because they have to hold back to the pace of the class. So this, again, actually made sense during the industrial age. We needed to separate laborers from managers. We couldn't afford to educate everyone to high levels. We certainly didn't need to. So we needed to separate out the laborers from the managers. We needed a time-based system where student progress was based on time so that we could separate out the smarter kids from the slower learners. Well, again, now as knowledge work is becoming the predominant form of work, we need a system that's focused more on learning than on sorting. So instead of holding time constant, which forces achievement to vary, we need to hold achievement constant at a mastery level and allow each learner the amount of time they need to reach those attainments. We need learning-based student progress instead of time-based student progress. This requires personal learning plans. It requires a totally different role for teachers. It requires an assessment system that is competency-based rather than norm-referenced. It requires massive changes throughout the entire educational system. The bottom line is that piecemeal change cannot get us where we need to be as far as preparing our children for the future. Only paradigm change in education is going to get us where we need to go. Now, as an example, the Minnesota New Country School in Henderson, Minnesota is a project-based learning school. They have no courses in that school. Everything is learned through projects. The students look at the state standards. They know which ones they've already mastered. They decide which ones they're going to work on next, and they design their own projects to meet those standards. The teachers serve the role of guide on the side rather than the sage on the stage. It's a competency-based approach where they continue to work until they have mastered the standards that they need to master. So we have examples existing already where this paradigm shift is taking place within education from a system where there's time-based student progress, teacher-centered instruction, to one where it's learning-based student progress. That's the kind of direction we need to go. The third area, I'm probably getting short on time, so let me just very quickly state the organizational structures are what influence most issues of bureaucracy, competition, accountability, professionalization, innovation, and incentives in education. And teachers in the industrial age system have been treated like factory workers. They are at the bottom of the bureaucracy. And yet what we need in education is to professionalize teaching. We need to recognize that teachers are professionals, and they need to be developed as professionals. And how are professionals organized? If you think in terms of lawyers or accountants, we have law firms. Imagine if teachers, small groups of teachers banded together into educational firms and students within a school district, talking about, and parents and students get to choose what teacher they want. And the money follows the student. So those teachers, those educational firms that are meeting the needs of the public are the ones who are going to be in most demand. They're the ones who are going to survive. We don't need to be involved in hiring and firing teachers. That all happens within their individual groups that are kind of like charter schools, only within the public system. And of course, equity is an extremely important issue. So every student has to have an equal opportunity, equal access to any teacher. And if there's more demand for a teacher than the teacher can handle, then there's a lottery system, perhaps with some equity factors built in to ensure diversity in terms of gender and race and ethnicity. So we need to think much more creatively about how our public schools are organized. And in closing then, let me just say that our current educational system, we have tried for over 50 years to engage in piecemeal reforms, to no avail, to very little avail. What we need is paradigm change. Our situation is kind of like trying to transform a railroad into an airline. We need fundamental changes, paradigm change in what we teach, how we teach it, and the organizational structures, including how they're managed, how they're held accountable, and incentivized to innovate, and all in the process doing away with expensive bureaucracy.
Thank you, Charles. Do I have time for questions of the panel?
Just throw your paper on the ground because I approached you. What?
Well, it was either that or a mic drop, right?
Actually, I was wondering if maybe we could jointly do a Q&A.
Sure.
Your panel has certainly touched a nerve in the room, and I am getting a gazillion questions in. So, for those of you who want to ask questions in person, why don't you line up at the mics, and Matt, you take the first question.
Sure, thank you. And I'll address it to Stuart, but the others of you can jump in. One of the themes I've heard throughout the day is with all the change in the workplace demands for skills and the implications for our workforce development institutions, it's really a question about how do the individuals who need to get the skills, and maybe also how do the institutions who may or may not be providing these skills in a new way, how do they get the information they need to match what's going on in the marketplace? How do we solve that informational issue?
It's a great question. There's no shortage of information on what's happening in the labor market, what certain careers can provide, and I'd first urge everyone that's got an interest in this to look at what we already have, which may not be what happened yesterday. You can pay money to get information on what happened yesterday, but with just a couple months delay, our Bureau of Labor Statistics has great information. They have an occupational outlook that does a really nice job of giving anyone's best guess, because we can't guess at all. But I think that one of the other parts is making sure that people are able to figure out what is credible information and what is not credible information. There's all types of information. And I'll talk about just the explosion of different types of post-secondary credentials, from things that are given by small organizations to new degrees that are offered at universities. It's very difficult to figure out what they are. But I think it also gets back to not only just what happens with career counseling in schools, but at home. There's a study done by the Manufacturing Institute that looked at all the various factors that might play into it. And so specific to manufacturing, the number one thing that drove children away from being interested in manufacturing was that mom and dad said that they didn't want to do it. So I'm not going to speculate about manufacturing, even though there's been massive changes in it. But just remember that as you're having conversations about what might be the future, I think it's important to encourage exploration and try to match careers with young adults and children's interests, rather than and understand that your close familial and friend relationships are going to have a big influence on that.
In the K-12 education sphere, project-based learning is a major part of what takes place there. And many of those projects are community-based projects. Partnerships between local businesses and other local organizations and the schools are very important. And so students get an opportunity to be involved in what's going on in the workplace as part of their projects. And in that way, things that are changing within the community are always filtering into the school system.
And I just want to quickly add that the one piece of information that is lost often is that today and in the future, only 30% of jobs require more than a college degree, but we send far more people to earn those degrees. We end up graduating about that many people to meet the demand, and so we're doing a disservice to the people that are spending some time there and not doing it. So they're the big numbers too, that it's not always exactly the same pathway for everyone.
Can we take a couple of questions from the audience? Let's go to the left first.
That be me?
That's you.
Okay, sorry, checking the other side.
That other left, no, this one.
This question, I guess, is for Charles. I really like the project-based learning aspect because I believe that it allows children to succeed and have ownership and the creativity and all sorts of things that make the self-esteem go up. But my question is that through the proposal or the suggestion that you were making about letting those that learn move up and those that are slower stay behind and learn, which I totally agree with, that creates another problem. So how would we deal with those individuals who are slower in learning and those that are higher in learning, as those that are slower get caught up with younger children? Because of that separation, we'll create another situation for having to deal with those that are age appropriate versus maturity appropriate.
Yes, that's a very good question. We envision that there will be project periods of a predetermined length, shorter length for lower grade levels, longer length for upper grade levels. And those project periods, it's important for students to learn how to manage their projects in order to be able to meet their deadlines on those projects. For the faster learners, they can handle more projects during a project period than others can handle. So that's one way of taking into account the rate at which the students learn. Now, one of the other considerations is that not all students are learning the same things. An important part of this new paradigm is helping each child to reach their potential and to cultivate their unique talents. and therefore different students are going to be learning different things. You'll find that in one particular skill area, you're going to have some students who are considerably younger and others considerably older working on the same skill. Every student is going to be ahead of some others in some areas and behind others in other areas, depending on what their particular interests and talents are. So that is going to help to reduce the kind of stigma that I think you are concerned about.
I have an example of this. I visited a project and performance-based learning school in Kentucky, and they were doing their science and math performance assessments, and they said that they had excellent results from students that were considered gifted and also from students with IEPs. And what they found was that by being able to choose the topic and really dive deeply into something that they were passionate about, that students were excelling and putting in personal bests. I think that our whole concept of students being on a single pace or a single timetable is something that needs to get left behind as we talk about what personalized learning really means.
Yeah, let me just make one other quick comment on that. Work by Benjamin Bloom many decades ago revealed that the differences we have now among students are really an artifact of the educational system. That if you had a system where students had to master the current material before moving on, then you would find that the difference in rate at which students learn is considerably smaller than what it is now, where students have gaps in their knowledge that make it harder for some to learn. They learn much more slowly. So a lot of that difference in learning rate is going to disappear as we go to more of a mastery orientation.
All right, let's take a question from the audience. Mike on my right side.
Well, robots, we've been talking about robots taking our jobs. I think it's only fair that robots get to take a question. So this question is for Stuart Andreessen, and the question is, do we have systems to incentivize or create employer-based training programs in rural areas without higher ed for those opportunity occupations you were talking about?
Well, there you go, people. Not only will a robot take your job, it's about to take your forum registration.
I can't wait for the video of this. You know, there are a lot of challenges. I mean, I think that rural areas are challenged in a lot of different ways. I think that one of the things that happens is that institutions of higher education often fill the gaps for rural areas, particularly in community and technical colleges, which tend to have relatively good geographic coverage. It is true that in a lot of places, rural community and technical colleges are starting to consolidate, but that doesn't mean that I don't think that they lose their service areas. Students are challenged with having to drive further, but they're institutions that are very good at meeting, potentially smaller occupational needs for smaller manufacturers or other places that are, kind of outside of large metro areas.
Terrific. All right, Matt, I'm going to give you the last question.
Last question. So we'll try and end on a positive note, and I'll give this to Anya. I imagine your work exposes you to a lot of different models and institutions that are trying things. So who's doing stuff you've talked about well? What are some of the successes that you've seen? Or partial successes?
Sure. I mean, I think there's a lot of different kinds of bright spots in the community college system. Some of the work that's being done, for example, in the CUNY system where I live in New York, to really smooth pathways. They've got programs there. They've got a program called ASAP, which is small concentrated classes for students that are entering at a remedial level. And they did so well that they have, it's a massively increased cost per student, but a 10% reduced cost per graduate because they've increased the graduation rate so much. The P-TECH model, which is a high school early college model that's spreading all over the country with tight integration with companies like IBM, starting students at 9th grade. There's no screen on these schools, so students are coming based on interest, based on lottery, and they're coming out with college degrees, technical degrees, and also with internships and jobs. So seeing that tight integration, and I think we talked about this, between public schools, community colleges, the workplace, employers, and realizing that it really is everybody's job to try to shape the workforce for the future. And I think, as Charles mentioned, also getting the community into the school so that students naturally have a sense of what the broader purposes of education, how they discover their own interests and passions, which really is what's going to drive, I think, the success for the next generation.
Good, great way to end.
I want to thank this panel. Please join me in giving them a round of applause. Really provocative, and they all kept a straight face, even though none of them knew that they would be fielding the first robot-enabled question ever at an Emerging Issues Forum. So there you go. As I said when I got up here, there are tons of questions coming in through the app and Twitter on this issue of how do we rethink our talent pipeline development. And so this is an opportunity for you all to turn to each other at your tables and to continue this discussion. Quite frankly, if we can begin to answer this question, we will have come a mighty long way since this morning. So I want to ask you to do what you did for me this morning, which is to think about the strategies that the forum ambassadors have determined they think are really important. Again, these are people who are guiding other people's careers day in, day out. You figure out which one seems to resonate with you, then share that with the folks at your table, have a conversation on one of these strategies. Remember, after the next panel, we're just going to have a free-for-all discussion. We're going to rank these priorities. We're going to determine, as Governor McCrory has asked us to do, what are the recommendations coming out of this group gathered here today. So this is really important, and I do want you to be as thoughtful as you can about what would have the biggest impact in North Carolina. All right. So take out your cell phones, that little thing Vivek showed you that can do all sorts of magical things, including outthink you. Hit the pulse button. Click on poll question, tabletop number 2. You'll have 2 strategies to choose from. The first, increase education system equity. The second, self-ownership of career development. And remember, you can read more about what these strategies are in the app and on the stuff in the program book. All right, remember, we'll show you the results for the entire room after the tabletop conversation. When I asked people how this morning's tabletop went, they said, oh, we voted to do all of the above. That was not the instruction I gave you. You have $1 to spend on one of these things. Where are you going to place your bet? Start talking. You've got 2 minutes left. All right, well, take a look at the screens. My friends. Thank you. So when polled individually, 54% of you thought the emphasis should be on self-ownership of career development. A fairly close 46% of you said increasing education system equity. We'll hear more about those strategies when we come back for our last session. Now, we have right before us our last break of the day. It does not mean that I want you to break out for the day. We're going to come back after this 10-minute break, and I really want you all to hear from our policy leaders in North Carolina and 2 leaders of very influential think tanks that are helping to shape the way we think as a state about our responsive strategies. We've talked a lot about what can happen at the local level. We've talked about what can happen at institutional levels. But you just heard this panel talking about workforce adaptation, and that's going to take state policy. So please be in the room in 10 minutes so that you have a chance to hear about what is on the agenda for the state of North Carolina. See you back here in 10 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? Our program is about to resume. Please take your seats. Once again, our program is about to resume. Please take your seats. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back the Director of the Institute for Emerging Issues, Anita Brown Graham.
I just want to say that whole voiceover thing is very cool. Very, very cool. All right. So back to work. Thank you all for coming in and taking your seats quickly. Gotta love it. Look at all those people in the back of the room coming in, taking their seats quickly. No pressure, no shame. We've got 3 segments to go today. We'll end with a powerful message on the corridors that will take us from where we are to where we hope to be. Before then, we'll ourselves select our own state priorities. But all of that is premised on what our policymakers are thinking about as they push the levers toward future work. And so I'm pretty excited that in this next panel, we'll hear from leaders from across the political spectrum who will talk about the role that public policy has to play as technology and demography shift the ground from under our very feet in North Carolina. The key question for them will be how they use public policy to help scale the kind of change we've been talking about all day today. It gives me great pleasure to introduce to you now my friend, Tim Boyum of News 14, who's here today to moderate this panel and to introduce you to our esteemed panelists. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Tim Boyum.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for having us here. Thank you, Anita, for the kind introduction and for again being a part of this. We've got an excellent group of civic leaders here with us today, so let's begin. Let's introduce them. Our panelists, Senator Chad Barefoot is co-chairman of the Workforce and Economic Development Committee. He also represents Wake and Franklin counties in the North Carolina Senate. Tim Moore is Speaker of the North Carolina House of Representatives. He represents Cleveland County. Rick Glazier is Executive Director of the North Carolina Justice Center and former NC State Representative from Cumberland County. And finally, John Hood is Chairman of the John Locke Foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your panelists. All right, for the first part of this discussion, we're going to talk with our lawmakers that we have here. And of course, economic development is a big part of this. North Carolina is undergoing a shift from its three-tier ranking system. So, Senator Barefoot, what are your thoughts on the potential impact of this change of this ranking system and in light of these impending changes that we've been talking about here today?
Well, thank you, Tim, for having me here, and thank you to the Emerging Issues Institute for welcoming us on the stage. Currently in the General Assembly, the Economic Development Committee is listening to proposals by the Department of Commerce and other agencies on how we can do a better job with our economic development tier ranking systems. I have the unique opportunity in the legislature of representing one of the fastest growing urban areas in the state, but also a rural county that has different demographic makeups throughout the county. What I know about the proposals that have come forward so far, I don't think the legislature has decided on anything yet, is that we know that there is a need to take into account more of the changes that are prevalent in these counties. For example, in the southern part of Franklin County that I represent, you'll find a totally different economic environment than the northern part. In Wake County, you'll find a different economic environment in Wake Forest than you will in Zebulon, and you find a drastically different environment than in downtown Raleigh. And so do we have an economic development plan that sees all of those differences? And so the thrust of the changes centers around moving away from typical demographic indicators such as population growth, population size, poverty, to more acute areas of economic distress in those different geographic locations to appropriate funds and resources accordingly.
Speaker Moore, if you can, talk a little bit about how these rankings impact these actual committees, communities, what they mean for them, and why a potential change might be necessary.
Well, thank you for having us here today. We're glad to be here, and I know a number of my colleagues, by the way, from the House are here, so if you see them, please let them know. I know Representative Ross is back there, and I saw Representative Reeves earlier. In answer to your question, Tim, we know that there are challenges that they vary around the state. And I think that the Senator made a point that the urban areas continue to be very vibrant. You can walk outside this building and see massive construction going on in Wake County, but you don't see that in a lot of our rural areas. And so we know that the plans that we have in place right now the times have changed, and we need to take a look at how we do our tier systems, because you may, for example, have a county that is that overall may be, say, a tier 3 county, but it may have a particular community and there are a region of the county that is struggling. So we're looking at ways to tweak what we have in place, but it's important because when these counties are competing with other communities, not just within North Carolina, but primarily outside the state, if you have a rural area, say Edgecombe County is competing for a manufacturing facility with a rural county in Alabama, you need to have all the incentives available and the infrastructure in place where they can be the most competitive. We know that's a big part, but also the overall state policy when it comes to tax, regulatory reform, and just general good government.
Speaking of tax, there's been a lot of changes in recent years. Do we need to examine the tax policy to reward direct investments in jobs versus capital expenditures?
Well, I think in last year's budget bill, which included our tax reform plan, we took a large step in the right direction of doing that by putting the state on a path towards single sales factor. So no longer are we going to apportion based off of payroll, which is employees, or property, which is capital for corporations, only on sales. And that's a big policy piece that I think reflects a lot of what this conference has been talking about today in looking towards the future and looking at what types of tax policies may be incentivizing where industry and work is going.
Same question to you. Do we need to change the tax policy further?
Well, we did make great strides this past session with lowering the personal income tax, lowering the corporate income tax, the single sales factor, which was a part of House Bill 117. These are all huge changes, I think, that have moved our state in the right direction. And I think part of what we need to do is, and we've had several, at least 4 years in a row of tax reduction and tax reform. Certainly we may need to make some tweaks along the way, but we also need to make sure how the implementation is going, the changes that we've made so far, to make sure that we don't want to just keep changing every year and every year. We know what the eventual goal is, but I think we need to also take an assessment of where we are right now. And I think we need to continue to get input from folks just like in this room to make sure that what we're doing at the state level is actually working when it's on the ground.
Skills gap, it's almost been a buzz phrase for the last several years, talking about issues in North Carolina as technology continues. What further policies or new policies do we need in the state, do you think, to continue to address the skills gap?
So I think most of them are going to surround our education system, at the K-12 system, the community college, and even now the university system. A few things I'd like to point out from just my experience working in the legislature, being around public policy that surrounds education, and knowing that our laws can be good, but our systems are only going to be as good as the institutions and the leaders who control those institutions. And one of the things that I've found to be very impactful is leadership in and around the realm of workforce development. There is no leader in North Carolina of workforce development. We have leaders of our different education institutions, and they kind of come together on the NC Works Commission board, but unless they take those ideas and those thoughts back to their institutions and implement them aggressively and aggressively try to stay up on what the needs of the workforce are, you're going to have shortages in these areas. So leadership is a big component. The second, and that's not a public policy component. The second piece that is almost as important as leadership is going to be the public policy that surrounds these leadership changes. We have got to create public policy that pushes in this direction, and I'll give you one example of that. Education curriculum in K-12. I don't know what the answer is, but I can tell you what one of the problems is. The skills that I believe that have replaced the jobs that we had 10 or 15 years ago, maybe working on a manufacturing floor. I have a brother-in-law who is a mechanical engineer. He designs robots that paint chairs instead of people in High Point and Thomasville, North Carolina. And so where they've replaced 5 or 6 people who do that job with 2 or 3 machines that do that job, but those machines need people who can have high skills to operate them. The problem, though, is those same workers were never prepared with the math skills that they needed, or the science skills, or the mini skills, or the collaborative skills, the soft skills in high school that they needed to get the degree at the community college they need to go into that subject area. A lot of businesses tell us, policymakers, we want to start talking to these students in middle school. And a pushback I get on this issue is, we don't want to create like a German-style track system. But the conclusion I've come to is that even if you're on a career technical education track, the courses you choose in high school, maybe even middle school, are as impactful to what happens to you as anything. You can't make that decision when you're 16 and 17 years old anymore. And I think one of the biggest problems that faces us in career technical education, which leads to workforce development, is the fact that our community college system is open enrollment. Anybody can enroll, but you have to be able to pass college-level math and reading to graduate with the associate's degree. And so that's a big barrier for our students. They have to start making decisions earlier in their educational career because the skills require more input on their part earlier on in their education.
Speaker Moore, we hear about STEM classes, we hear about digital textbooks, which are obviously all very good and important, but is that enough to prepare the future generations for the future work?
Well, I think we also need to look at industry-recognized certificates, making sure that the programs that students are completing in the community colleges will in fact lead to a job, and I think the community colleges have done a good job in working that. The General Assembly is working to make sure that current laws address that we are in fact making sure those opportunities are available to all students. We also want to continue strengthening STEM-based learning because we know that's the future. As a matter of fact, if you'll notice in the bonds package, that's on the ballot in the primary, it has a heavy focus on science, technology, engineering, and math. That's where we see the future of the state. So we want to make sure that we're also fully funding that and that we're making those opportunities available. We also know that apprenticeship programs are very important. So I think you will see continued emphasis on that as well. The other balance is making sure that the pathway to a career, whether it's through the community colleges or whether it's through the universities, that there's a clear pathway where folks can take what they learn and find a job at the end of that.
I want to bring Rick and John into this conversation. Let's go back to the tier system for a minute. I know, Rick, you have probably a strong opinion on this. The three-tier ranking system, should it change, and how do you think that impacts considering FutureWork?
Yeah, I think it's a great question, and I do think that the tier system needs a change, and addressing the tier system is part of addressing the geographic inequalities that exist across the state. And there certainly are multiple measures. Commerce is looking at one, I think, and CETA has another model that's out there. But what I want to emphasize a little bit is that it's just a small part of addressing the inequalities. The real need is to develop systems that boost wages to living wages, that make sure communities are connected regionally and globally, and that we ensure, just as Speaker Moore actually just said, that there is a strong commitment to public investment as the foundation of the infrastructure and the strong economic infrastructure that's needed in the state. In that sense, I think the tiers do need to be changed. They were for a different time, and they don't necessarily reflect the poverty within urban districts, let alone the real difference between urban and rural districts. But at a more important level, I think, is to say that is the small first step. And I think we also have to recognize that those inequalities go across the spectrum in terms of educational opportunities, K-12, community colleges and universities. They go across the road and infrastructure system of the state. They go across our commitment to the universities in all of its aspects, not just its teaching capacity, but really allowing them to develop vibrant research capacity in their geographic areas. And so I think it's important to put the tiers question in perspective of the broader inequality question, which I think is a big one for the state.
John, if you had the keys to the car of the state and could do this yourself, how would you do it?
If I had the keys to the car, I think Rick Glazer would get on a different road. What I would say is that the tier system clearly is a best guess. You know, we all know there are more than 3 categories. We all know that to describe an entire county as fitting one or another tier is a bit of an abstraction that doesn't really fit reality. So tweaking it or changing it in some way I think is reasonable. But I'm going to go in a little bit different direction on that, which is to say it's not obvious that grouping the counties into the 3 tiers and attempting to steer economic development and businesses into the most distressed tier has really had all that much effect on those counties. It's a good attempt. It was a good attempt. The effects have been unclear. A lot of the economic development projects end up in the urban counties, the metropolitan areas, and even the higher end socioeconomic parts of those counties. So even if you look at a Mecklenburg or a Wake or a Guilford, and you look at where the economic development project went, a lot of times it's in one of the higher income parts of the county. So I think having some realism here and being skeptical about how changing the formula is going to ultimately change the facts on the ground is important and warranted.
And you thought John and I wouldn't agree on anything.
It's being recorded, so we'll make sure we keep track of that. Speaker Moore, you're from a rural area. I mean, I want to address this urban-rural issue is underlying basically everything in the state right now, particularly when it comes to economic development in the state. Speaker Moore, you're from a more rural area. I mean, we keep hearing technology is the great equalizer, but is that enough? I mean, when we talk about future work, is that enough to vitalize North Carolina's rural areas to keep pace with our urban folks?
Well, I do think the economic incentives have a role to play, and I represent Cleveland County, which is a rural area, and I've seen projects that we've gotten over the years where we were competing against other states, and I can tell you that the economic development incentives did in fact make a huge difference. We have a lot of other things going for just in my counties we have around the state. good roads, good education, strong community colleges, a commitment from the university, a very favorable regulatory environment. But sometimes those incentives can make the difference when things are on the bubble, when folks are looking at other states. And I can tell you that it's an area like Raleigh or Charlotte doesn't necessarily need the same level of that to land a company that some of the more rural areas require, and that's just a reality. But I've seen where they've actually benefited the rural areas. So whether you do a tier system or something else, that's important. The other key thing, though, is making sure that at the local level, that you have a strong economic development partnership at the county and at the municipal level, that they're out actually actively recruiting these companies, that they have sites identified or sites ready to be developed. That to me is probably the biggest and strongest thing, where I've seen the rural counties that have succeeded to have that ready, where when they know of an industry that's looking to build some sort of manufacturing facility, that they have site-ready space where they can come in, and then all those other things build on top of that.
Senator Barefoot, you talked about a little bit, and Speaker Moore did too, about the K through 12, and you mentioned the German system. But are there other things that K through 12 needs to do specifically to adapt to this future work that's out there, that's looming in the future?
Well, one of the things that I've noticed that a lot of students don't get, and I've really, we have pushed higher education in the state very aggressively, specifically the attainment of 4-year degrees. But many of our students do not go on that path. And so the question is, what happens to them? When I was growing up in a manufacturing town in Thomasville, North Carolina, I had buddies who dropped out at 16 to go enter the economy. They would never call themselves dropouts. They were ready to work, they had a job, and they knew it would provide the type of living that they wanted. Those days don't exist anymore, and so one of the questions is, what's happening to those students? What I have found is that career advisement is greatly lacking in our educational institutions. And I would submit to you, a lot of people say, well, the parents need to do more, but I would submit that a lot of parents that choose to put their children in private education do so not just because of the educational attainment that they might get, but because of the outcomes those schools received in terms of their placement and the advising that they do. And we don't do that aggressively enough in the public system. I think there are a lot of students that come into the system, and if they're on the career track, and when I say career, I mean they're probably headed to the community college. If they are on that track, they don't work that hard because the community college system will accept them no matter how well they do, but then they get there and they cannot compete. They cannot they are forced in remedial education, and only 8% of those students actually end up getting a degree. And so I think we have got to start advising our students early on about the essential types of classes they need to be able to get career and technical education in the state.
Rick, we're going to give you the keys now. How do you fix K through 12 to be ready for future work?
Well, I want to follow Senator Barefoot's comment, and I agree with his analysis that there's, as an example, an advising or counseling issue. Where I think we may disagree is one of the basic reasons that exists is that we may only have or fund 4 to 5 counselors for a 1,500 to 1,700 to 2,000 person high school. And we expect counselors, for example, to be sort of jack of all trades and to help on the testing. And by the time we get to actually having time to counsel all those students who are at varied gradations, there's really an enormous capacity problem in the public schools. And so I think it is really important what you said, and I agree. I've argued for a long time about counseling and advising. But it's equally important for us to say, aside from looking at the issues of curriculum, aside from looking at the issues of how we address career and technical education, at a base level, we have got to find a way to answer the question that's happened in great depth, and that is the lack of people going into the teaching field, the lack of people staying in the teaching field, and the real reasons for that. And they're varied. But to suggest as well that money isn't one of them, I think would be wrong. And so we've got to come together, I think, and find answers, bipartisan answers, on the issues of how to seriously sustain resources to the public schools, resources to teaching, resources to the administrative capacity to support teaching, or really what's going to happen is that we're all talking about issues that are sort of, for lack of a better way of putting it, we're talking about putting new shingles on a burning roof. and I don't think that's going to work. So I think we got to get to what's underlying the building and causing the building to burn to begin with.
Well, by the applause, you can tell teacher pay is an issue. Speaker Moore, we just happened to have you on the program last week talking about this issue. So as long as that came up, why don't you address that issue?
Well, we're certainly committed to seeing that teachers and other state employees, for that matter, receive a pay raise. Something we advocated in our House budget was 2%, and we're hoping to have something even more robust than that this year. Of course, we're waiting to see what the final revenue numbers are. And, you know, when it comes to public education, it's not really it's a political issue, but it's personal. I have two sons, one who's in public high school, the other's in public middle school. And I want the best for them and every other student in this state. I think the advising is a good point. We're lucky to have good advisors, but there is a situation or a challenge with the demand for that. And so I think while we need to look at resources, we also need to make sure that we say thank you and show the proper respect and appreciation to our educators as well.
All right, so while John and Rick agreed earlier, we're going to have to remember that because this next issue they will differ greatly on. We have, if high wages and low wages continue, and there's a big gap in between, do we need to examine the issue of minimum wage, particularly as we think about future work and jobs that could exist in the future? John?
Well, I think that this is a well-plowed field. Every time a little sprout comes up, we plow it back over. The debate's been going on for decades. My own view is that raising the minimum wage is the worst possibly tailored plan if you're trying to address people who are low income. People who work at minimum wage are not necessarily the people who are poor. Most of the people who are poor for chronic lengthy periods of time, they're not working full-time at any wage. They're working part-time or not at all. So we want to create jobs. We want to create opportunities to move up to the next level. There are people who support themselves and families on minimum wage or shortly or higher, somewhat higher than minimum wage, but there are also lots of people who work at minimum wage who are not in that situation, who are getting their first job. They're 16, they're 17, they're 18, they're 19. They don't come from low-income families. So getting economic opportunity right, creating opportunities for higher-paying jobs is distinguishable from whether to raise the minimum wage. Now, some conservatives do panic too much about minimum wage increases and suggest all sorts of, gigantic, horrible things that will happen in the labor market. The truth is that the number of jobs affected by the minimum wage is pretty small. So the effects, positive or negative, are relatively small in the whole scheme of things. The real issue is putting capital in the hands of workers. Capital is what makes labor more valuable, which leads to labor being more highly paid. Capital can be physical capital, it can be tools and equipment, but mostly now it's human capital. It's what's in your head and what you're capable of doing with your hands. To the extent that we improve education, to the extent that we incentivize capital investment of all kinds, wages will rise. And the minimum wage will be a fairly minor part of the story, whatever you think of it.
Rick, I have the small feeling you're going to disagree.
Yes, but not as much as you think again. I agree with John that minimum wage is only part of the issue, and that the infrastructure and the capacity to give people a globally competitive and quality education is in many respects more important. But where I disagree with John is I think it is well plowed ground, and I think the ground every time it's plowed comes back with the same answer, and that is that boosting the wage floor, if you do it incrementally, that is, I'm not in favor of putting it up to $15. But if you're talking about a boost to $10, it would affect approximately 1 million people in North Carolina. That is not a small amount of folks. And 85% of those folks would be 20 years or older. It would be good for businesses in that I think the critics have always said and made this sort of simplistic argument, and John alluded to it, that if you increase wages, it's just going to be offset by cuts to jobs, and that has never actually really happened. And raising the minimum wage would create, in my view, more demand, more customers, more sales, larger profits, cycling back in, creating bigger revenue, which creates the capacity, the capital, to create better institutions, more sustained functioning for public schools and universities and community colleges, and I don't see a downside to that cycle. So where I disagree with John is I do believe in raising the minimum wage, and I think it's a positive for workers, a positive for the institutions and the state, and a positive for businesses. But where I do agree with John is it's secondary in a sense to the larger issue of investment and public investment in the things that will make this state strong.
Gentlemen, I'm going to assume this is not an issue at the legislature.
Well, I think one of the perspectives that I had when I looked at the Emerging Institute study with Mike Walden, when you look at the list of jobs that are most likely to be replaced by automation, they're jobs of people who make the minimum wage. And automation is a reflex of increased productivity. How can we be more productive? So I think that the implication, at least, would be that if the government came in and raised wages, the private sector, and maybe this is what John would argue, would say, if we're on the path to automation, does this not speed it up? In other words, is not raising the minimum wage somehow speeding up the road to automation for people that work, say, at McDonald's?
Speaker Boyd?
You know, I have owned and I presently own businesses. I know what it means to sign the front side of a paycheck, to actually have employees. And I've never had any employee that's worked for minimum wage. They've all gotten paid more than that. But my experience when it comes to the minimum wage has been that it is a starting salary. That's generally where it is. It's somewhere that folks start and they advance from there. Nobody wants to stay at a minimum wage, and that's not a place where folks want to work, and that's not a place where folks would generally stay in a career if you look at studies across the board. But I do think that we have a federal minimum wage in place, and North Carolina, I would predict, would continue to follow that.
Gentlemen, for folks that don't know these studies inside and out, they don't know the depth of economics that this requires, how are they supposed to make sense of two very different opinions on an issue like minimum wage?
Minimum wage is a fascinating issue, and the more you read about the last 10 or 15 years of research, the more confused you will get. There used to be a pretty strong consensus that increases in the minimum wage benefited the people who kept jobs because they got more money, and then that hurt the people who lost jobs because people would clearly lose jobs. The debate was only about the magnitude of the loss. In the early 90s, there began to be studies that were using cross-border differences, people who have been on one side or the other of a particular border, so they could try to study the effects of changing the minimum wage in a kind of a quasi-laboratory environment. There was an initial set of studies that suggested that the minimum wage didn't actually reduce employment, as had long been believed. Those studies were largely debunked, in my view, by the academic community later. Now, I'm not saying there isn't disagreement on the minimum wage. There is. But it is almost, I would definitely disagree with Rick's claim that it has never reduced jobs. Most studies of the minimum wage shows that it does reduce employment. Now, the debate is about how much of the employment and whether it is worth doing. There are scholars who study this issue say, yes, you lose some jobs. Some jobs become automated. There are some other things that happen that may be deleterious to the people who get dislocated, but it's worth it because other people make more money. Now, I could recognize that, I wouldn't agree with that argument, but I would recognize that it is relevant to the economics of the situation. Obviously, when you raise wages above the market prevailing wage, it will have some dislocation effects. There are people who are employable at or slightly above the minimum wage because that's how much their value added is, because they're probably young and they have not a lot of experience. They don't generate, $15 or $20 worth of work for the $15 or $20 worth of sales for the work they do. So when you raise the wage to $10 an hour, some of them are not employable. That is absolutely the case. The dispute is about the magnitude of that effect and whether it is worth doing for the consequences that are positive for the people who get more money.
Go ahead, Rick.
Yeah, I mean, I want to sort of turn a bit, though, to the larger point that John's alluded to, and that is, beyond the issue of the minimum wage, how do we help everybody in our state sort of navigate this economy? If we're not careful and if we don't use the public policy levers, then what's going to happen is we're going to enhance this disparity that already exists, and we've all sort of recognized it exists. It exists between the genders in terms of pay in North Carolina. It exists certainly in racial minorities. It exists in urban, rural. So how do we sort of deal with that? One of those is clearly a discussion you all have had earlier today, and that is the necessity for public policy levers to encourage lifelong learning. and the ability to transition between jobs, the ability to learn all of those skills that allow us to even start off. And the disparities in the economy don't affect everyone equally. As I suggested, there's certainly big disparities with the young and their opportunities in K-12 education across the state, or we wouldn't have had Leandro going on for 20 years. We recognize that there are disparities for seniors, and by the year, I think one of the reports that we had to look at for today said that by the year 2025, the population in the United States age 60 and older will grow by 70%. And we're right in that middle of that in North Carolina. And they're going to be dramatically affected as they need to work longer and need to have a transferability of skills. And we don't have that system set up very well at all throughout the state. Second is the ability to connect all of our regions to the global economy. And the legislature's been working on that, but I think needs to devote significantly more time and resources to that high-speed internet capacity across the board. And third, I think, is not to belabor an old issue, but when there are going to be a number of people that are going to be unemployed, as John suggests, in different ways, then we ought to have a safety net that supports unemployment insurance. Now that we've recovered on the debt to the federal government, we ought to be reconsidering the decisions that now have us as one of the worst unemployment systems in terms of duration and benefits, because so many of our people at different points in time are going to need it in different parts of the state. It's time to re-examine that and put us back in balance as well.
Tim, can I respond to one thing? A couple of things. Look at where North Carolina was 8 years ago and look at where we are now. We now have more people working in this state than in any time in our state's history. Unemployment is down, taxes are lower, economic growth continues to increase. And if you think about what we're talking about now, we're talking about the rate of growth between rural and urban, not the fact that you have continued decline. And that's due in large part to a number of things. But I would submit to you the new regulatory environment, the reforms that have been made in recent years, lowering taxes, those things aren't accidental. The economy continues to improve, and we continue to improve as compared to other states. And I'll point out the states where the minimum wage has been talked about and there's been proposals to raise it are generally states that are not doing as well as we are now. I don't think our goal should be struggling about the low amount. We should try to get everybody up to as high as they can possibly earn. And that's increasing the economy overall so that all of our workers see a growth and see a continued prosperity. And that's what we're continuing to work on.
You're good.
Let's talk about what might need to be done. If we talk about future work, and automation is one of the things we keep hearing about today, robots. Will we see robots at the legislature someday? Maybe a robotic Speaker of the House someday. Robotic news anchors. What am I going to do when the robot takes my job? But do we need to change laws? You know, I know there's a lot of talk about last year. Part of the economic investment bill was about changing, ways individuals can invest. I mean, do we need to look at labor laws or other laws that we need to change?
Absolutely. The legislature is going to have to constantly be reassessing the economic environment in which we're in and how creative people are becoming. What makes this tough, just to be quite frank with you, is how deeply embedded special interests are into the licensing laws of the state of North Carolina, into associational laws. So when new ideas pop up, they're really easy to get smacked down by the interests that have done things the way they've done things for 100 years. I think as a policymaker, the greatest difficulty of making change is that we've done things the way we've done them for a very long time, and that worked for us. And now it's time to change a lot of the things we do, maybe the way we fund things, the way we teach things. And there is a lot of established support for how we've always done things. And that is really the challenge, I think, for the General Assembly, is not knowing what to do, but having the political will to do it.
What would you specifically like to see?
Well, I'm going to say this. If you look, when it comes to government and public policy, government generally is behind business. One thing we've shown is government cannot slow down technology. Rick may remember we had a bill a few years ago mandating what, CFL light bulbs. Now it's LED. And so when government's trying to push something sometimes, it can't keep up with the cutting edge of technology. I think the best thing a lot of times government can do is to get out of the way and let the private sector move forward, let technology grow and support that, and not get in the way with regulatory barriers.
Rick, anything with labor laws or laws that you'd like to see changed?
Yeah, first a comment on what Speaker Moore said. I mean, there certainly is a point at which government regulation can be overbearing and counterproductive, and we've actually joined with the John Locke Foundation in suggesting the legislature continue its review of occupational licensing and board issues and fees, because where there is not a legitimate public health policy and safety policy, there can be barriers to entrepreneurship and poor folks generally entering into the workforce. That having been said, the market does not, and the market serves one function, and it certainly is to grow the economy. But when one of the major public policies is dealing with the inequities we talked about, the market's created those, the market ain't going to solve those. That is where the role of government is, to create an economic opportunity that is available for everybody. And that means recognizing distinct differences between different portions of the state and different segments of the state, and having to have the role of government to be the cop in the middle that actually regulates the flow of traffic so that everyone has an opportunity. I guess the last thing I would say about this is there's some really good studies in the materials that the Institute put forward to read, and one of them is a FutureWork Skills 2020 report. And we were talking backstage that it's helpful to have data, but if you don't look at it and don't use it, that can be not particularly useful. And it talks about the 6 drivers of change as the extreme longevity that's now incorporated in our population, the rise of smart machines, the new media ecology, superstructured organizations, globally connected issues, and competitive and computational issues. And it then lists and suggests 10 skills for a future workforce, some of which get back to Senator Barefoot's issue about curriculum and how we go about it. And so I think it's important for us to look at the data, look at the research as policymakers, to become more attuned to consider best practices in research, despite how it may fall on our ideology, and to try to move forward as best we can in a consensus way together, because sustained stability for the state beats this sort of every 2 and every 4 year whiplash back and forth, which I think is destructive, both for the politic of the state and for the people of the state.
John, anything you would change?
Oh, lots. We don't have enough time. Here's what I would add to what Rick just said, what everybody just said, to keep things in perspective. Conservatives, liberals, people across the political spectrum agree that the state, local governments, the public sector in general, play an important role in building the capital that leads to successful economies, to transitioning to new jobs, et cetera. But it's important to remember that private investment is way bigger. It is a much bigger driver of what happens in the economy than public investment. There is such a thing as public investment, but it is like this, and private investment is like this. So you have to be concerned about the effectiveness of the dollars that we spend on public assets like roads and schools and colleges and so forth, but it's also important, it's not just equally important, it's somewhat more important to make sure that you're not discouraging private investment or shunting it into ways that it wouldn't have otherwise done because of public policies that discourage certain kinds of industries from cropping up, as we were just talking about with regard to occupational licensing and other kinds of rules that block new technologies. I'm fundamentally a very optimistic person. That's because I'm a realistic person. Most predictions about the world's going to be awful in 20 years and nobody's going to have a job, most of those are always, they're wrong. They've been wrong for 150 years. And the reason they're wrong is because people figure things out. They solve problems. They figure out new ways to use the savings that come from saving money from automation to create new jobs. But that process requires a dynamism. It requires the willingness of people to take risks and to make profits if they succeed and not make profits if they lose. And that private sector-driven process is the main story. It's supported by the public sector. Public sector creates assets that the private sector can't do and regulates in ways to ensure that there's a true meeting of the minds and so forth. There are reasons for the public sector to be involved, but mostly they're supporting the main event, which is private investment in new industry. We need to make sure there aren't obstacles, whether they're tax or regulatory or thinking, that prevent us from getting to that new and very promising future.
Okay. Am I on? Okay, can you hear me? Terrific. All right, I want to pick up on John's can-do attitude. We want to play a game called Can Do It Right. So, not surprisingly, given the last panel's focus on adaptation in the workforce delivery system, we got a lot of questions here for you that are all about how we do that adaptation. I'm going to ask each of you a question. I want you to give me a really short answer. The question is, how do we do it right? So, John, you made reference to the need to get young people thinking about educational choices earlier, as early as middle school, but you also cautioned against the German system. How do we do it right?
I think that was Chad that was making that argument.
Well, I'm sorry, the questioner said I should ask you.
Well, of course, I have all the answers.
Well, don't worry about it. Chad, do you want to answer the question?
I'm sorry, you have to.
The question is, we suggest that we want students to begin thinking about choices, workforce choices earlier, and yet we want to be careful not to have the German system where students are tracked too early. How do we do that right? How do we expose young people to the options without boxing them into choices they're too young to make?
Yeah, we want to keep free will in education. Here's how we do it right. It's leadership at the local level. Teachers, principals, the guidance counselors they've got to tell these students how important the decisions they're making on the classes they're taking are in middle school and high school.
Terrific. Speaker Moore. How do we do it right? We want to modernize our schools all across North Carolina. How do we balance the cost of modernizing them with the realities of our fiscal constraints?
Well, I think we also look for efficiencies. I've heard a lot of studies where going to electronic textbooks, for example, instead of the traditional printed textbooks, is a way of saving money. But I think also allowing some creativity and ingenuity in the local school districts is a good thing. I've always believed local control is the best control, and empowering those school districts, those school boards, those school leaders to make the decisions for what best suits those particular districts. And I think also experimentation. I think the early college programs that are being done across the state are a way to increase efficiency. Students are graduating with a high school diploma and an associate's degree, and it also is an opportunity for them to get a career track in place. It's saving money, it's saving those families money, and it's also helping direct those students into a career that will help them. And in turn, the more you can do that, the more efficient you are.
So Rick, I'd like you to pick up on that theme. This question was directed to you. The questioner wanted to know, other than money, what are the factors that contribute to the lack of capacity for public school teachers? Again, really asking, how do we unleash that creativity? And is it only about pay? What are the other factors?
Well, it's not only about pay, but at some sustainable base level, it will be in terms of people who have career choices to go into other fields and trying to get the best and the brightest to be our educators. But I think there are other issues. Respect, and I think Speaker Moore talked about that, respect for the profession, increased prestige for the profession. I think understanding that education is a lifelong process and it starts with quality, access to quality early childhood educational capacities, and seeing us put the resources and the ability into that, which then, if we stay really true to that, creates far less problems down the line in elementary, middle, and high school. We can sort of either pay now or pay later. And so I think that's part of the issue. And I think fundamentally at the end as well is a commitment and a sustained commitment to a long-term plan that is a bipartisan plan of education. Education should not be a partisan issue. And in the countries where it is succeeding in the ways that are creating dynamic, vibrant economies, whether we use that Finland as an example or others, it is because it is the one issue that the politic body has gotten past the partisanship of that and have created a sustainable long-term vision for their country. We don't have that right now in North Carolina, and we need it.
John, so why don't you end on this note? You talked about the distinct roles of the private and public sector, and yet we've heard time and time again today about the need for the conversation to be symbiotic. How do we set up an infrastructure in which our educational system is actually producing what our private sector needs in order to be successful?
Well, that's a great question. It comes up a lot. People often tend to blame, well, colleges aren't providing the skills that the private sector really needs, or the private sector is not hiring, they're not giving us information, they're not telling us. The truth is that the private sector is an abstraction. It's a group of people who are making bets on what's going to work and what's not going to work, and they try products and they fail, they succeed. Nobody really knows what all the jobs are going to look like in 25 years. They don't know. They really don't. So pretending that it's just lack of planning, we're not talking to each other enough, is a mistake. We need a flexible process with a constant feedback mechanism. We should recognize that community colleges in North Carolina will prepare kids very well, for jobs that everybody assumes are going to be available in 10 years that won't be. Just to stipulate that that will happen, just like great businesses create products that flop, and they have to learn from that and try something else. Similarly, there has to be some adaptation on the part of the private sector. The private sector can't keep complaining, well, we're not getting the workers that we want from the schools and the colleges. Well, what exactly do you want? We need to have there does need to be this circular information flow, public to private to public to private to public to private. It's a constant process. I do think that having more opportunities for students to choose different paths, as we were talking about earlier, is helpful in that regard. I do think we can learn from Germany. I do think we can learn from Korea and Japan. I do think we can learn from the Netherlands. But I can tell you right now that in all of those countries, probably something like right now, this afternoon, or yesterday or tomorrow, they're having a conference to discuss what they can learn from America. Because a lot of those countries are struggling more than we are with many of the problems that you've talked about throughout the conference.
Well, I want to thank this panel. Let me just say there are a number of entries that came in through the app that were not questions, but were actually words of commendation to this panel. One person suggested that perhaps UNC TV's North Carolina channel send this tape to the US Congress and show them how to have a conversation about the future of work. Thank you all very much for being with us this afternoon. Thank you, Tim. That was really such a terrific, thank you. Thank you. Fabulous. All right, well, this is the part of the agenda where you all take over. It's all about you. We're going to get some feedback from you on our 5 strategies. I'm going to ask you all to queue up in order so that we can do this in a time-efficient manner. If your table got really jazzed, and Pat, can we put the strategies up so people can have the numbers? About strategies 1, 3, or 5, I'd like you to go to that mic. If you got jazzed and you want to share some thoughts about strategies 2, 4, or 6, I'd like you to go to this mic. Here's what I'd like you to try to do in pretty short order. Tell us what your table saw as the biggest impact of the strategy and what you saw as the biggest barrier to making it happen. I don't want to have just robots at the mic, so. Right, so if you had strategy 1, you should be over here. Differentiated programs. Just keep rolling through them, Pat, so everybody remembers. Strategy 2, enhanced career pathways, project-based learning on the left. Over here, increased education system equity. Over here, strategy 5. Now let me say, I want you all to give us some feedback on the impact and barriers for these strategies. We will have a moment when this is over to talk about what's missing. I don't suffer from any illusions that we have covered everything that could possibly have been covered in a forum on the future of work. Quite frankly, as many of you can probably tell, my singular ambition is for my voice not to go out on me before 5:30. So, if I accomplish that, I'm a really happy person. don't hesitate to start thinking about the things that you want to tell us later you really wanted to hear, but we just didn't cover in this forum, right? So for now, strategy number 1. To help me answer questions that you might have or to give some feedback, we've got a panel of folks. Let me just say, these are not people who are going to make presentations. I already promised this is your session, but they're here in case we need a little bit of fallback. So let me call Jose Picard, Professor of Education at the NC State College of Education, also the Executive Director of the Raleigh Promise, and a member of IEI's 2016 Forum Working Group. We also have Will Collins, Assistant Secretary of Commerce for the Division of Workforce Solutions and Executive Director of NC Works, an online platform for connecting North Carolinians to job opportunities. Dr. Sandra Merkel DeJames, another member of our 2016 Emerging Issues Forum Working Group and a member of IEI's National Advisory Board. And finally, Carol Moore, the incoming director of STEM West, a really cool initiative at Catawba County School and a 2016 Forum ambassador. Thank you all for joining me on the hot seat. Okay. Strategy number 1. Feedback, impact, barriers.
The barrier that we saw or talked about briefly is the training of students for the school to decide or for businesses to decide. This seems to indicate that industry would decide. So I'd like feedback. Is it a school decision or is it an industry decision for the training of our students?
Anybody want to take a stab at that?
Okay, well, I appreciate that's a very good question, and it's something that we're trying to address on a regular basis. I think it's very important for us to understand what the industry needs in order for us to help the job seekers. Because unless we understand exactly what's necessary to succeed going down the road, we're doing a disservice to the job seeker by not preparing them better for what their opportunities are. So I think it is imperative that the businesses share with us what their interests are, what their future looks like, and how they can prepare job seekers for the future. So I think it's very important to engage the industry and to make sure that we understand them clearly. And it's also, if I can just touch on that, I think one thing that's also very, very important is to do this on a local level. We need to reach out and use the resources we have in our local communities with the local businesses. We do that as part of our NC Works Career Centers. We have 80 career centers across the state, and we have representatives in those career centers that then reach out to the businesses. We do that through our workforce boards, our community colleges, DPI, economic developers. So we do that on a local basis. So it's very important that we understand, not just in Raleigh, and then think about what we should do. We actually need to do it on a local level in the local communities.
And I might add to that. I mean, ultimately, the schools decide. But it's a conversation and an exchange of ideas that has to take place and at every level. And if you think of the different layers in the system, you got the K through 12, you got the community colleges, you got at each level that conversation might be a little bit different, and the degree of influence that the businesses might have might be a little bit greater at a community college, for example, or some specific program that's training folks for a specific part of the sector of the business at a higher education might. But I think at each level, there's different conversation that takes place, and the degree of influence or exchange that business might have will vary.
Other feedback on strategy 1, impacts, barriers.
Hi. I think strategy 1 can have a lot of...
Introduce yourself so that everybody knows who's in the room, please.
Sure. Lee Shamblin from NC State University. I think that strategy 1 can have a lot of impact in terms of matching what's needed with what skills people have. My concern is that this is tailored primarily to higher education. And I think the statistic we heard earlier was that only 30% of the jobs actually require higher education. And so I'm wondering, how can we, Uber School or whatever, how can we help the education system be more entrepreneurial so that we can match skills and we can start training people early all along the educational continuum?
So just one clarification, because there's so many statistics that have been thrown out today. The statistics suggest that 66% of jobs will require some post-secondary education, but that does not mean a 4-year degree.
Got it.
Yes. Anybody want to respond?
I can respond to that. In the Hickory area, working with NC State actually, we've started the Future Engineers, and that is an extracurricular academic event, but those students are working on entrepreneurial events and activities. Oftentimes with project-based learning, that can also come into play. So it can actually be taken all the way down to kindergarten.
All right, let's take one more strategy one. Somebody who's got something different by way of impact or barrier. Yes?
Hi, I'm Ziad Ali from NC State. My question about strategy one is, isn't it threatening to the true goals of an education to say that industry should have this large of a role in determining what students are taught? Because isn't the goal of a college education to create holistically knowledgeable and individuals and critical thinkers who are often specialized in certain areas, not just people who are churned out like a factory to do one task? Why give industry this much power over what students are taught when it's teachers who often have the interest of the students at heart?
So Jose, I think you intimated to that earlier,
Yes.
but do you want to take that on?
I think we have to think about the fact that there's a concept called equifinality, and that means that there's many pathways to the same sort of end or goal. And higher education serves many outcomes, and institutions vary in what they're trying to do and what they're trying to accomplish. So you have Research One institutions that are trying to push the knowledge and theory and all of that. You've got the community colleges that are preparing people for work and in many ways, and that's higher education, right? So I think, and then you have liberal arts colleges of 4 years that are doing a lot of what you're saying in terms of producing well-rounded individuals who go on to, be great citizens of the country. So I think there's multiple sort of ways that which our education system here in the United States can, accomplish all of those things. And I think the conversations with business obviously are important for many sectors within our higher education system. And that's sort of how I would see it.
All right, let's take some feedback on strategy number 2, either big impacts or potential barriers identified.
All right, my name is Tim Mathis. I'm with NC Works, and our table really felt like strategy 2, the development and implementation of enhanced career pathway initiative could be very key. That, in fact, we said strategy 3, which talked about project-based learning, could be a part of that comprehensive career pathway. And if you developed a pathway that is understandable, something that makes sense to the parents and to the kids, and if you developed it not only for students, but for adult learners, for dislocated workers, and have multiple on and off ramps, so that if someone did not want to go through to a 4-year degree, but maybe there were job opportunities at the 2-year level, the certificate level, or the diploma level, that pathway could encompass all of those. And as far as the barriers, we felt that the employer engagement has to be paramount, and we have to make sure that we talk to those employers, because ultimately our table felt the value of that education is really going to be measured by the jobs that are available for those job seekers.
So Sandy, you've represented a company in one of our growing industry sector responses.
Sure. I think that
I like the idea of the multiple on and off ramps in any type of career pathway that could be built. I think what's really critical, though, is to understand that we're coming upon a point in time where we will have significant change in terms of what our industry needs are. But what we see in the future is even more rapid change. And so any type of career pathway initiative that would need to be built would need to be flexible in terms of on and off ramps, but also would need to be flexible enough in that it's a platform that can also change rapidly over time. Because what we see right now in industry is that we're changing faster than we can impact the education system in their changes.
Thank you. Another person on strategy 2.
Sure. My name is Suzanne Killian, and I'm with Duke University. I was with a table that was very diverse, including industry, higher ed, education, et cetera. But the common thread was starting the career path earlier and to define that earlier for students. And not just students, but for educators and for the community and for industry alike. The barrier, though, that they had was how to induce those different stakeholders to collaborate and to share responsibility to increase that capacity and not just laying it on one group, such as teachers or the public education system.
Carol, you want to take that?
I do. Working with Steve Hill and STEM East, and now that we're starting STEM West, that's indeed what we're trying to do, to open those communications. I know what we've done for over 5 years is to take 8th grade students into the businesses themselves, which was a massive undertaking with our community college there, and Education Matters. But we got them in there because here's the problem. The teachers are doing a great job, but they go to college, we go in our classroom, and we teach. I had no idea what was in my own community. And these STEM tours that we did with the students, the teachers learned just as much. Now I can have conversations with students and say, oh, that's going on in your backyard. And those conversations have to take place because we do not know.
I think there's one other part too, and that is you ask who are the people that we need to engage. We have to reach out to the parents as well as the educators and inform the parents what the opportunities are and what the options are. That's something that a lot of schools are doing now, and I think it's very important that these students at an earlier age know what their options are, that they're, I mean, when I was growing up, you know, one of the mantras for all parents was, you're going to go to a 4-year school. And I think that now we recognize that is not necessarily the path to success, that, you know, everybody's a little bit different. And we have, for example, I have my 24-year-old graduated and has a graduate degree. My 20-year-old is a sophomore at state. But my 18-year-old figured it out. He's going into auto body collision repair. And he's working an internship. You'll find out actually today where his internship is, and that he's going to get a degree, he's going to get a high school diploma and a certificate in auto body collision repair. So we have to be able to address and make sure that students know what their options are. At the earlier age we can get the awareness raised, the better off we're going to be. So I think it's very important. Get the parents out and let them see what the manufacturing looks like, let them see what all the different options are.
Let's take one more on strategy 2, something different.
My name is Chris Bailey. I'm a career technical educator, education director for Craven County Schools. And I'd like to say that my friend from the FutureWorks department actually stole my answer, but that's okay. Because the Career Pathways Initiative is something that we have embarked on and have been involved with ever since the Harvard study came out. The realization of the Career Pathways piece for us has been in Craven County with our economic development initiative going on. We have found out that our employers and our parents and our students really didn't know where the resources were and didn't know how the resources were connected. And so the Career Pathways Initiative has allowed us to at least everyone gather in the same room, whether it be employers, economic development, workforce development, K-12, community college, and we all talk together about what we are doing and to make sure that we're not trying to overrun each other's programs, but also enhance what we're already doing.
Thank you. I think that speaks for itself. I'm going to go over here and get some feedback on strategy 3.
Hello, my name is Emily Hadley. I am here with the Duke College Advising Corps. For those of you who haven't heard of College Advising Corps is a program that places recent college graduates in generally low-income high schools in North Carolina. For those of you who are college students in the room, if you're at NC State, Duke, Davidson, or UNC, they all have corps, and I would encourage you to think about doing this program. One of the things that we get to do is we talk a lot about students with their career and college options. Our goal is to ensure that every student understands that college is an option for them, whether that's 2 or 4 year, so they get to choose whether or not college is going to be their next step. At my table, we talked a lot about project-based learning. One of my partners at the table is actually a teacher at a charter school in Raleigh who uses project-based learning right now. We had an NC State student who talked about how influential project-based learning could have been in her high school experience. We also had an employer who said he would love to have more students participate in project-based learning. As somebody who works directly with high school students frequently, I work in an agricultural county. It's Sampson County. We're the second largest county in the state. We're the largest producer of turkeys and the second largest producer of hogs. That's the biggest career that my students know to go into is swine and agricultural management. I would love to see more project-based learning that would expose my students to careers in Raleigh, Chapel Hill, Durham, tech careers that many of them have never heard of, but are only an hour away from where they live. But one of the conversations that we didn't quite have, but I would love to hear about, is whether you believe project-based learning was a good initiative, but whether it should come from the local level or the state level. Is this something that we should allow local communities to choose, or would this be better from a state level implementation, especially in a rural community where the school policies do not change very much?
Okay. So anybody on the panel want to take that local flexibility, state mandate question up? As we know, currently today, it's left up to local
I'll try to tackle it a little bit, and I know there's a difference between project-based learning and work-based learning, but I will tell you that we hear from businesses across the state that one of the major best programs that they can engage in is apprenticeship, and that is work-based learning at its best. And we had some issues with apprenticeship where we have made major changes in our apprenticeship program over the past 2 years. Back in 2009, there was a requirement from the legislature that every apprentice would have to pay a $50 fee to be an apprentice. Well, the current legislature has now removed that $50 fee, and because of the changes and improvements we've made over the past 2 years, we think in addition to removing the $50 fee, our interest in apprenticeship has taken an increase. So apprenticeship, what companies have told us is it's how they address the skills gap, because it encourages a student to gain education while they're earning, while they're making money. Plus they can leave high school with possibly an associate's degree, plus they've got that experience, and it's just a tremendous program. The problem is not everyone knows about it, so we've got to get the word out. We've got to use our resources to let everyone know that it's such a valuable part of success in business and in education. We do this in conjunction with DPI and the community college and the workforce boards and our NC Works career centers. And I'll just touch on one more thing, and that is North Carolina has one of, if not the very best, community college system in the United States. And we need to remember that and take advantage of it and use the resources. Our customized training program, we get questions from all over the nation about wanting to replicate our customized training program because we're really good at it and our people are passionate about it and they know what they're doing. So we need to really take advantage of that, and that goes along with work-based and project-based learning. So we need to just use those resources everywhere we possibly can.
Jose, were you going to chime in on this requirement option question?
Well, I think most of us probably agree it's better at the local. Once you start taking anything up, it becomes sometimes convoluted. But project-based learning is no doubt, I mean, over the last 20 years, a lot of research has been done on project-based learning. It's a very powerful learning strategy. I've had the privilege of observing how powerful it is at our local STEM early college, the Wake STEM Early College High School. And one of the things that makes it very effective is that there's a very strong business advisory board, and that business advisory board is very heavily engaged in helping faculty, the teachers come up with projects, and then the business advisory board members come to the students' presentations and their preparation to serve as sort of authentic audience. And so that's very, very powerful. And of course, they help with work-based learning and internships and those kind of things as well. The challenge in rural areas is obvious, like you just pointed out. So if there's some way that we could creatively think about how we can have businesses become more involved in our rural schools so that they can be, as one of the speakers said earlier, they can be made aware, exposed to the alternative kinds of career opportunities. That's the key. Project-based learning integrates the curriculum. It also provides opportunities for students to be leaders of group work and projects, and it serves other aspects of development, such as developing creativity, innovation, and in our case, I've seen it where they've asked the students to take it on as a sort of entrepreneurial project. How would you actually market this? How would you sell it to someone so all of those are benefits of project-based learning, and I just think it's a really, really wonderful strategy.
So what about barriers? Is anybody standing behind the mic here who looked at Strategy 3 and your table really identified some barriers?
Sure. So I'm Travis Starkey. I'm here with Teach for America Eastern North Carolina, and I can co-sign on everything that was said about Sampson County. And one thing from a demographic standpoint that I would like for us to maybe talk more about perhaps tomorrow is the significant and growing Latino and Central American population that exists in Sampson County and in our other rural some of our other rural counties as well. But in terms of barriers, we came up against, we're at a table full of educators and folks working in education, and we talked a lot about the silos that exist just in terms of an individual student's experience as they progress through the school day. So as you bounce around from subject to subject, there are plenty of opportunities to integrate the various subjects into an individual project, and yet there's not always space for teacher collaboration or the resources necessary, or even the school day schedule necessary to actually bring that to fruition. So I'd just highlight that as the most major one we came up with.
Terrific, thank you. Any other barriers?
Hi there, my name is Joni Winterkamp, and I'm with Iredell Statesville Schools. I am the District Work-Based Learning Coordinator for our district. This was actually not our strategy that we selected, although I do want to comment on some of the barriers that I personally find within working with industries. And one huge one is health sciences. We have many students, I have many students that would love to intern and do intern in various places. We always run into the HIPAA/OSHA issue. Ortho Carolina is an industry, it's a huge company, obviously, that I have been able to gone through, and they found a way where our students will actually go to their employee orientation and take that HIPAA/OSHA training, so that's a great thing. But in addition to what I'm really finding is because there are so many college interns, so many students that need clinicals in some of the larger hospitals and some of the larger corporations, they can't really talk to the high school students as much as I would like. I believe that project-based learning is essential for students in their learning, but for some of the high school students really trying to figure out where they can go if those businesses can open their doors to us a little bit more. And I understand there's a bottleneck, and that seems to be a huge barrier with that industry, if that makes sense.
Great, thank you. So anyone on the panel with experience on getting behind or beyond those barriers?
I want to address first, we might need to discuss what do we mean by project-based learning. Project-based learning is a method that can be done without working with a business. That's why you can do it all the way down with kinders. The whole idea behind project-based learning, and is my passion, is because it mandates student engagement, and it relates whatever they're studying to real life. That's why we're losing students. They see school as boring, and not important. But with a good project-based learning unit, the students are relating to a real problem in their community, or it could be in another state, or it could be in a metro area. But the problem is real, and they see that the work they're doing and the learning they're doing is important. And just like you're only sitting here because you think you can use what you're going to learn. If you're not going to use it, you would have already left.
And I think I can address a little bit on the internships. You know, from a corporate perspective, interns cost money. And so when you're bringing on interns, you're also looking at the return on investment. And the return on investment obviously is going to be higher when you have interns coming from a college education versus a high school education. With that said, I think that speaks specifically towards large industry. I think one place that we have a lot of untapped opportunities for high school students is in small companies. We have a lot of small companies in North Carolina. In a small company, you tend to have a single person with responsibilities that span across a lot of operations in the company, as opposed to large companies where you have a lot of individuals with singular responsibilities. And I think it's in those small companies you can actually find a place of value for high school students to contribute and actually have a return on that investment. And I'm not aware of any programs that actually specifically go to small companies to look for internships for high school students.
And you're right. The smaller companies do help me quite a bit, and that is a great avenue, although some of the smaller companies are going with the larger corporations because of the change in the healthcare system. So that becomes a larger barrier as we're going forward.
I think in the healthcare industry, with increase in personalized medicine, and a lot of physicians opting out of some of the payer programs that exist today and more into concierge medicine, you might find some of those opportunities increasing over the next 10 or 15 years.
So let's go to strategy 4. We have a party at 5:30, and we will be done in time for that. Some feedback on strategy 4, impacts, barriers.
Sure. My name is Teresa Peary, and I am with Wake Education Partnership. Our table talked a lot about strategy 4. We were particularly moved by the presentations about the benefit of a diverse workforce to an employer. We also were intrigued by the things that we heard going on in Austin and in Charlotte. And so for us, what we see is the need to increase that access, that equity, not just for race and gender, but for all kinds of learners. Because what we realize is when there is not that access, of course there is loss of hope. Moreover, there's loss of the greatest potential that North Carolina has, and that is its human capital. So for us, this is absolutely important that it be equitable across the state. Our table happened to represent a variety of locales here in North Carolina, and making sure that all of North Carolina's children, all of its students, see the opportunity to be creative contributors to our economy and to our state was very important to us as a table.
Thank you. That's what I thought. Well said. Strategy 4.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Alfred White. I represent the Innovate NC, Wilmington and Carolina Coast Council, as well as my employer, Bank of America. One thing that we found interesting about the increase in education and system equity is when you think about, and one gentleman spoke about it last, was when you think about capital. Companies, and I represent the private sector, so I'm glad to advocate for this, but companies spend hundreds of thousands of dollars every year pooling for external candidates to bring into their company to grow and develop it. What if we were able to take that and create a partnership and drive that money into the schools, generate a specialized workforce that comes right out of the schools, no matter whether you're seeking an associate's or an undergraduate or a master's level. We retain you within our company, and then we grow and develop you, and if you have a specialized skill that you choose to pursue within that company, you can choose to grow within that company and don't have to bounce around looking elsewhere. When you think about human capital, the biggest investment is the people. And I think that if we could look at forging that partnership and creating that connection and rolling some of that money to give our K-12 system the support, and then also roll it into the community colleges and universities, we might see the adverse effect of what we're facing right now. Thank you.
All right. Will?
I'll just, if I might cite an example of something similar, I think it's tied to what you're referring to about human capital being so valuable, particularly within where you're finding more difficult to find human capital for skills, and I'll say for skills trades. I'm going to give you an example called the Furniture Academy, and that is in Hickory, where there were 5 furniture companies that had been competing against each other for the same labor market for generations. Not for decades, but for generations. And they would pay, 10, 15, 20 cents, maybe $1 an hour or more for mechanics, electricians, electronics, people specializing in the furniture industry. Well, this group got together, and they got together with a collaboration between the NC Works Career Centers, the workforce boards, community colleges, economic development, and the businesses themselves. They sat down and they said, we have a problem where we need to address this for our own future going forward. They created what's called the Furniture Academy. And that's where they teach specialized skills in the furniture business. And they started this, they had an action plan put together, very sophisticated, very well-oiled plan, started in January of 2014. 6 months later, they graduated their first 100 graduates. And then those 5 companies shared those graduates amongst them. So they kind of they helped to help themselves by doing that, and they did it on a local basis. It was a local level, the community got together, and they decided they were going to do something about their issue. So I think that addresses part of what you're talking about, but I will share with you, not only did they do that, we're now looking at the same kind of program to replicate that program in a place called, in Robeson County, with Robeson Technical Works, to do something similar. Well, we're not all satisfied with all of that. We're also now creating what's called the Manufacturing Academy that will do the same thing. So the point I want to make is all of these programs can happen on a local basis. So we want to make sure that people know that these services and resources are available, and you can make it happen on a local basis. So that's just an example, and that happened here in North Carolina, and it's a tremendously successful program, but it's collaboration with all of those groups: workforce, community colleges, economic development, workforce boards, NC Works. It all works.
Do we have a barrier for Strategy 4?
Could I add something to that? Because I think the example that you gave was just a really sort of classic example of a movement that's been going on for social change across the country in many cities and states called collective impact. And that's the recognition that we can't do this in isolation. And the more we do in isolation, the more we compete with each other. That's businesses and schools and nonprofits and community-based organizations and faith-based organizations working collectively, agreeing to the same goal, sharing resources, do reinforcing sort of strategies, and then measure their success with devised shared metrics. And I think that's a great example of how this community came together in a collective impact sort of strategy and actually achieved, a shared goal. So I think your question and your point and this example illustrate that we need to work collaboratively. We need to work, across sectors to move the needle.
So I'm going to beg the forgiveness of the folks who are still standing here. I'm going to ask you to work collaboratively with me as I switch to Strategy 5. And let's just hear a couple of folks give feedback on Strategy 5.
Well, in the interest of time, we decided to share our Strategy 5 thoughts. So
talk about collaboration. Love these people.
So I'm Tara May. I'm from ETP.
And I'm Bridget Raspberry. I am with the nonprofit CED industry.
So my table was made up of business leaders and higher education leaders, and we really focused on this idea of self-ownership and career development as a tool that's necessary to make all of the other strategies work. That's what will give agency to the students to be able to take advantage of these other strategies. We are particularly interested in the idea of self-assessment and thinking about how to create opportunities for a workforce that might change jobs every year or every 2 years in the future.
And so one of the things that we, at our table, and we had college students, we also had persons who worked in education and the business corporate sector. We talked about barriers to this strategy, and we thought that and many of the speakers mentioned this earlier today, the biggest barrier we think to this strategy is the current culture and the ideologies that we hold on to so tightly, and people are kind of resistant to giving those up. We think that that will perhaps hinder us in moving forward in this particular strategy. And an example of that might be fears that might be held by parents who fear that they won't be able to support their children, and giving up that control to the child to be self-directed in terms of their education, and also maybe even some educators who are fearful that they can't keep pace as well, and may somehow or another not be able to navigate the ways in which we would need to measure success going forward.
And so one concern we had with our barriers, how might this strategy increase the urban-rural divide?
Anybody want to take a stab at responding to that?
We had the discussion at our table between 4 and 5, and we didn't feel you could do 5 without 4. You had to have the equity first, which the whole socioeconomic equity before you can do 5.
So folks, now it's time for you, having heard this conversation all day, many of these issues that have been raised this afternoon are issues that our speakers have provoked our thinking around. You've provoked your own thinking in your conversations at your tables. We came into the room today saying that we recognized we were going to have to prioritize. It would be great to have the resources, both financial and otherwise, to do everything all at the same time. But if you had to pick one of these 5 strategies, you had to place a bet that one of them would reposition North Carolina to succeed in the future of work, which one would it be? If you're looking for the question, go to the app, get the pulse. It's the final voting question of the day. I'm going to come back at the end of our final speaker's remarks, and I will share the results with you. While we're preparing for our final speaker, let me ask you to do 2 things for me. I did say at the top of this session that I recognize that we did not address everything that we could have addressed, and it's really important to me that we capture your sense of what was missing in this conversation. So you have that opportunity. Go back to the pulse. It says what's missing. Tell us. We're going to share some of that as we close out the program. With that, I want to ask you to help me thank this really brave group of people who decided they would come up here and answer any question you had, even though they didn't know what the question was going to be. Thank you. So in some ways, we have come full circle as we open the last session of the day. For our closing speaker, I have the honor of introducing to you Alan Kruger, former chairman of the President's Council of Economic Advisors and Bellhelm Professor of Economics and Public Affairs at Princeton University. Alan is extremely accomplished, to state the obvious. He's a widely published economist and a thinker who is deeply committed to rigorously considering the relationship between economies and humans who live inside of them. I said at lunchtime that one of the reasons we wanted to be sure that we introduced the faces of our youth was because it was really important in this very heady conversation to remember ultimately this is a conversation about humanity. And so I could not be more pleased to introduce to you Alan Kruger, who will take it away for the rest of the day.
Well, thank you. I looked at the program, and you've had a very long day. Anita mentioned that I was the president's chief economist, chairman of the Council of Economic Advisors. And the first speech I gave after I was confirmed by the Senate was here in North Carolina. Not exactly here, it was in Charlotte at the World Affairs Association. And I look back at my remarks, and they're actually quite relevant for the topic you're discussing today. I talked about reasons why I'm confident in the future of the American economy. And I started by telling a story about an interview I once had with Jeff Bezos. Jeff Bezos, as you know, is the founder of Amazon. And I asked him, what's going to change over the next 10 years? How should we think about what the economy is going to be like over the next 10 years? You, after all, invented Amazon. You must know new technology. And he said, you know, that's a fascinating question, and you can speculate all day long, and you might be right, and you might be wrong. But nobody ever asks me what's going to stay the same. And if you think about what's going to stay the same, then you can invest, and you can plan, and you can prepare for the future. And I thought that was really a remarkable perspective. He told me at Amazon, customers are always going to want quick delivery, wide variety, and low costs. And they invest in fulfillment centers so they could deliver products more quickly. He said, no one will ever say, gee, that Amazon was great, but I wish they delivered more slowly and they were more expensive. So I started thinking about the US economy in the same way. And I have a list of about 7 things which I think you can count on going forward for the US economy. And then I'll speculate on how I think things are going to change. But we can build on what we can count on going forward in thinking about how to prepare for the changes that are likely to occur. So the first item, and I mentioned this when I gave this speech in North Carolina before, maybe some of you were there, the US is always going to have a very large free market economy with relatively easy entry of new businesses, new products. We have the benefit of scale going for us. The US has very strong rule of law. We have a legal system that protects intellectual property, patent protection. We have institutions that sometimes they don't function well, like Congress, but in the middle of a crisis, they do tend to function well. And we have institutions like the Federal Reserve, which is the reason why the US is the reserve currency for the world. The US is the best place in the world to do business because of the strength of those institutions. A group of Chinese investors just purchased, or would like to purchase, the Chicago Stock Exchange. You don't see American companies trying to purchase Chinese stock exchanges. Our accounting is much more believable. Our system has been tested and works, our legal system works well. We have a diverse country with a diverse economy. It's quite clear that our population is diverse. It's not always easy, but the US has learned over years to be a magnet for immigrants. And immigrants have come to the US and made our country much stronger. Our economy is very diversified. History books will say we went from an agricultural economy to an industrial economy to a service economy. But in reality, we're all of those things. We've had employment move around. 100 years ago, 40% of Americans worked in agriculture. We made that transition. Now it's only 2%. But we still are a powerhouse, and North Carolina is no exception, in agricultural production. No major industry in the US makes up more than 15% of our gross domestic product. So we have a very diversified economy. We have outstanding higher education. According to the Times of London, 30 of the top 50 universities in the world are located in the United States. And they might be a little bit biased given the source. Foreigners want to come and study in the US. 20% of all foreign students are studying in the US, if you look worldwide. We have more foreign students studying in the US than the next two biggest competitors, Australia and the UK combined. We have a very entrepreneurial culture. We support entrepreneurs. It wouldn't be a surprise that the first MBA was given out in the US. It took 40 years before there were MBA programs in the next country, which was the UK. We support entrepreneurs. We recognize failure as a step on the way to success. And that's very important for people to strike out on their own and start up new companies. Number 6, we have a highly innovative economy. We spend more on research and development. If you look at our companies and our government combined, we spend more on research and development than the next 3 countries combined, China, Japan, and Germany combined. And then 7th on my list, we're a pragmatic country. We squabble, but we tend to come together and reach pragmatic solutions. Now, thinking about the future, people have 2 main fears, which, when you think about it, are completely incompatible. One fear is that our best days are behind us. The great inventions were invented. We're going to grow more slowly. My friend Robert Gordon has a new book called The Rise and Fall of American Growth, which makes the argument that indoor plumbing, air conditioning, the automobile, these were far more significant inventions than cell phones. So one view is we've made a lot of technological progress, but we're going to grow more slowly because improvements such as the internet are small compared to the invention of radio. A second view is that robots are going to replace everybody at work. And if you think about that, what that means is our productivity is going to be exceedingly high because robots will do all the work and the rest of us won't have jobs. So there are these 2 dystopian views of the future. And I'm actually curious, I'll ask for a show of hands because I know you've been sitting for a long time. I was going to ask you to stand and stretch, but I think I'll just ask for a show of hands. How many think the first scenario is more likely of the 2, that we will have slow growth because all of the great inventions are behind us? I don't see any hands. This may be why you came to the conference. Then second, how many are concerned that in the future, there's not going to be much for workers to do because advances in technology, robots, artificial intelligence will replace what workers do at work? Okay, I see more hands. You can abstain, but I would have preferred if you voted. Let me focus on that scenario. I think that the strengths that I mentioned will continue to propel invention, innovation in the US, and economic growth. The question is, how can we take advantage of this growth to the benefit of the largest number of people in the country? Now, it's very difficult to predict where the job growth will occur. I once did a study where I looked at job growth since the 1960s, and over half of the new jobs occurred in occupations that did not exist at the end of the 1960s. Think about some of the new jobs we have today which didn't exist when you were in school. Social digital manager. The economy is changing very rapidly, but it's very difficult to forecast where the job growth will occur. Just go back and watch the movie The Graduate again, and you'll see that Benjamin was advised to go into plastics. Plastics has done horribly since that movie came out in 1967. And just to show you how hard it is to predict how certain sectors will perform, plastics has actually had a renaissance in the last decade with cheap natural gas in the US. So it's very difficult to predict which sectors, which occupations will expand. We know that the price of computing power is going down. That has some implications, but trying to predict the exact sectors is very difficult. And one of the reasons why it's so difficult is what's happened throughout history is as productivity growth has increased, as we became capable of producing more on the farms with less labor, we invented new sectors. We invented new products. There are two ways that productivity can increase. There are two ways that we can have economic growth driven by innovation. One is we can produce the same goods we were producing before with less labor input. That's process innovation. And the second is we can create entirely new products. And when our economy works well, workers are freed up from working in one sector, we create new sectors. And that's what we've actually been seeing over the last 6-7 years since the end of the recession, where we've created 15 million jobs over this period, despite the weakness in the world economy. Now, I think it's extremely important that we encourage and support productivity growth going forward, even at the expense of some short-run disruption, as long as we take steps to cushion the disruption. The reason why I say that, our problems are much more manageable if our economy is growing than if we're stagnant. Our problems are much easier to solve if the total size of the economic pie is growing than if the total size of the economic pie is constant, as Robert Gordon fears. So I think we should do what we can to support innovation, productivity growth, and we should also try to shape it to the benefit of the largest number of workers, because the other problem that we've had is that the benefits of most of the economic growth that we've experienced over the last 3 decades have gone to the very top income earners. The middle has stagnated and more recently declined, and the bottom has done quite poorly. So how do we prepare? Well, there are some obvious challenges that we face, and you've discussed many of these today. The demographic challenge. Our country is going to grow more slowly. That's a result of our age structure. It's a result of our immigration policy. Now, we have the capability of changing our immigration policy. And if you look at the bipartisan bill that the Senate passed 4 years ago, led by Chuck Schumer and Marco Rubio, although Senator Rubio doesn't like to remind people of that, the Congressional Budget Office, the impartial Congressional Budget Office, said this bill would raise economic growth, would reduce the deficit, would increase productivity, and raise incomes of all Americans. When I was working for the president, I put together a report supporting the immigration bill, and I tried to be as true as I could to the scholarship, and I also leaned in a little bit in the direction of highlighting studies that supported immigration reform. The Congressional Budget Office went way beyond me in saying this is a very powerful thing we can do to support our economy. Now, I think it's going to be very difficult to do comprehensive immigration reform in the near term, given the controversy over immigration today. But there are steps that we can take, such as focusing on high-skill immigration and improving our temporary visa system for high-skilled immigrants, in having a system where we admit more immigrants with extraordinary talent. Secondly, a lot of our growth in the post-war period was fueled not only by increases in population, but increased participation in the economy by women. Labor force participation of women has grown steadily since the end of World War II, while labor force participation of men actually declined. But then a curious thing happened. In the early 2000s, women stopped entering the labor force in larger numbers. In fact, we've seen a little bit of a decline in the labor force participation rate of women. The US used to lead the world in terms of labor force participation and opportunities for women. and now we're in the middle of the OECD. We're in the middle of the industrialized world. I think the main reason why we've slipped behind is employment is more rigid in the US than it is abroad. We don't have many part-time opportunities. We don't have many flexible opportunities. We don't have paid maternity leave compared to other countries. So I think going forward with this coming demographic crunch, it's going to be in companies' interests to be more creative in recruiting female talent, in making the workplace more hospitable for women, in encouraging women to have longer careers, to stay in the labor force if they start a family, or if they have to take care of sick family members. And I think public policy could support that as well going forward, but I think this is something that our businesses are going to come to see as in their interest going forward. Education. You've spent a lot of time talking about education today, and there are people here who are far more expert than I am in education. But we need to build on our strengths in education. We need to start earlier. The lowest hanging fruit in terms of public investment is in preschool education. Studies have found that every dollar invested in preschool education pays off more than $10 over time. Reduces crime, increases labor force participation, raises incomes. Also, I expect we're going to see major innovation in higher education. The online technology, adaptive learning. What other country is going to develop and deploy this technology? And I think we need to be creative about how we blend the technology with traditional teaching methods, and we also need to carefully evaluate the technology to make sure that it's delivering the promised benefits. Another trend that's taking place in the labor force, and it's already begun, is what I call disintermediation. You could ask yourself this: why do companies hire workers? Why don't they just have a contract, an arm's length contract? You know, we believe that markets work well. A company is an oasis from the market. The boss doesn't tell the worker, why don't you do X and I'll pay you X for doing this, and then I'll pay you Y for doing this after that. There's a long-term relationship in employment, which comes with responsibilities on both sides and is protected by the law. The reason why we think companies hire employees is because it's very hard to predict what tasks the companies are going to want the workers to do. They don't want to have to negotiate every particular task. But what we've seen over the last 15 years is much more contracting out of employment, where you contract out some of the services. And we're seeing this in other sectors. A prime example is Uber. That's an example of disintermediation. Uber drivers are not employees of Uber. They're independent contractors. And our law is obsolete when it comes to these innovations. In many respects, Uber drivers are like independent contractors. They could choose whether they want to work, where they're going to work, when they're going to work. They don't have to tell anybody in advance if they're going to work, just like an individual businessman or woman. On the other hand, Uber requires them to charge a certain fare. Uber requires them to use a certain type of car. Uber can terminate their contract just like an employer. Our legal system only recognizes two categories: employees and independent contractors. And what I have recently proposed is a new category, which I call independent worker, where we would extend much of the social contract that protects employees today, but not all of it. For example, employers would be required to contribute to Social Security for independent workers, tax withholding, civil rights protection, which independent contractors by and large don't have. On the other hand, it doesn't make much sense to have overtime protection for workers who could choose how many hours they work in a week. Who are they being protected from? It's their own choices. Also, I'm a big fan of the minimum wage. The study that was alluded to earlier, which compared employment growth as states raised their minimum wage looking across the border, that was my work. I take exception to the comment that it's been discredited. I think it's actually held up rather well. But that's a story for another day. On the other hand, when it comes to independent workers, I don't think the minimum wage makes all that much sense. An Uber driver could work for Lyft at the same time. They could do personal tasks while they're waiting for a fare to arise. In that instance, it seems to me that it's very difficult to enforce the minimum wage. So what I think we need to do is to create a new category which will retain the flexibility that we have for Uber workers and TaskRabbit and Grubhub and many of these new online platforms that are coming on board, but also extend the social protections, many of the social protections, the ones that make sense, that employees have earned over a long period of time. Fifth and finally, we need to invest more in our infrastructure to prepare for the future. It's clear that the future jobs are going to rely much more on mobile technology, on internet technology. We need to have broadband access more widely available. We need to have a smart electric grid, next-gen air traffic control, which is more efficient. You can get planes in and out of the airport more quickly, uses less fuel, and high-speed rail. Let me just end by mentioning a high-speed rail. When I came to Charlotte before, I talked about the importance of extending and increasing the speed in the train network, and the Recovery Act provided some funding to straighten the tracks and to improve the speeds between Charlotte and Raleigh. We know that innovation takes place in clusters. One of the great strengths that this area has is the research triangle. The universities combined together with private industry and the dynamic, vibrant environment that occurs in this relatively small geographic cluster. To the extent that we can improve travel times, that's one way of getting the benefits of the cluster and extending it to more regions. There are spillovers across different companies, spillovers from the private sector to the public sector and vice versa, spillovers from nonprofits to the government, to the private sector, and so on. We can expand from the research triangle to a research rectangle if we have faster travel time to Charlotte. So these are some examples of what we can do to prepare for the work of the future. I think our problems are very big, but they're also manageable. And there is no country whose problems I'd rather have compared to our own. It's within our capacity to prepare for future work, for the future economy. We just need to take action. And I think a requirement before one takes action is to build consensus. So I commend the Institute for Emerging Issues for holding this conference every year and for so seriously considering the major emerging issues of our times. Thank you very much.
Fabulous. Go ahead and tweet it, since we've been trending all day on Twitter. Let people know you heard it here first, from the research triangle to the research rectangle. It has been a full and hopefully fully gratifying day. I get to close you out with just a few words of housekeeping and then a couple of reveals. So, as you all know, we changed our model this year, and we're having day 2 of the forum at the Hunt Library. What my boss doesn't know, that is Chancellor Woodson, is when I explained that we would have a smaller day 2, he was probably thinking half the people, not so much. So I'm probably going to be fired tomorrow after he sees all those cars descending on Centennial Campus, but we'll make it through the day. All right, so we identified some key strategies here today for creating job growth in North Carolina. This was our Connect and Think Day. Tomorrow is our Do Day. We're going to look at 5 specific sectors: banking and finance, ed tech, energy, healthcare, government/smart communities. All of them are sectors you have heard mentioned here already today, so you ought to be thinking a little bit about how we drill deep into those sectors to develop our strategies. Tomorrow will be organized very differently from today. We'll have sector conversations led by experts who will join participants, but it is a hackathon. Prepare yourself for just a little bit of chaos. There will be no sitting around tables with white linen tablecloths. There'll be no cute flowers on the table. There will be moving yourself from group to group and brainstorming, barnstorming, but I promise you not only will it be a lot of fun, it will be really important work. Just a few housekeeping reminders. Please, don't come here tomorrow. Go to Centennial Campus. We've arranged parking for you in 3 nearby decks. You can find detailed information on the app, on our website. It's also outside on the lobby. With all of those options not to get lost, at least 50% of you will get lost tomorrow. There'll be a separate registration process tomorrow morning, so you don't need to bring back your day 1 name badges, but you can leave them with us and we'll recycle them. Now, it's time to have a little bit of fun. Right before we do that, I want to do 2 other things. I promised you that we would raise up those things that you wanted to hear or thought you would hear that you didn't hear at this Emerging Issues Forum. And so I'm going to ask my colleagues to share some of that data with you. I love this one. More thinking about how to spend all the leisure time that will be coming our way. Yes! The Hammock Society, that's where we're going. Competency-based instruction. Broadband, we talked a lot about technology, but not about the infrastructure. Criminal records, employability. What about those teachers who shouldn't be teaching in the system? Somebody said nobody mentioned the capital in the 21st century. It's because the book is so big. Few of us have gotten through it all. Statewide test, report result-driven program. Oh, my Lord. Were you all coming for a semester or a day? Okay. This is a conversation clearly to be continued. Thank you all for sharing your thoughts. That means an awful lot to me. Now I want to invite to the stage my own personal Vanna White, otherwise known as Chancellor Randy Woodson, who is going to do the great reveal on the top 3 strategies you all prioritize today. Chancellor, take it away.
Vanna White. Okay, so you've been very patient. Vanna White. Okay, I'm not as tall.
It's the
My
future
legs.
of work.
What's that?
It's the future of work. It's a job.
Okay, so Anita asked me to do the big reveal. I actually don't know what that is. Are they going to tell me?
They are going to tell you.
Come on, give me the big reveal. Drum rolls, it's supposed to be here. Okay, here we go. Your top 3 priorities as a group, a distinguished group, highly educated, highly informed. Your top 3 priorities, let's start at number 3, shall we? The 3rd priority is Enhanced Career Pathways Initiative. Okay? It's number 3. Number 2, is it behind me? I mean, I thought it was a reveal. I mean, I thought it was a drama.
I'm totally
Okay, so
fired.
number 2, project-based learning, which was my number 1. and number 1 is increased education system equity. So we do want to have a little fun. Is there more?
No, that's it.
Okay, so
It's time to have fun.
At the end of the day, we always have a little fun. What does this say? And so now it's time to have fun. Go get a drink.
Yeah. Except for those of you who are students. Yes.
Well,
yes.
there are legal beverages that are called in the South pop. Do we call it pop in the South? Look, I grew up in Arkansas. In Arkansas, everything was a Coke, no matter what it was. Okay, so go have a soft drink or another adult beverage.
You got it.
Thank you for everything today. It's been a great day. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you very much for the staff. I think people just needed to laugh.
Just a little.